This isn't a creepypasta or anything. This is a true story my dad told me, and one that he always swore by. In Tijuana, there was a demon-like creature that used to wander the streets, preying on the unhoused and women of the night. My dad's name is Carlos, and when he was in high school, there was a string of murders that happened, really putting the town on edge for about a month before everything got back to normal. Tijuana and easy living are opposites. Crime rates have always been high, but these murders were different. When the bodies would be found by the shop owner opening up in the morning, or a kid walking to school, all of them looked like they'd been mummified. Not with the white wraps. They looked like their insides had been sucked out, but their skin stayed intact. They looked petrified. They died with their eyes wide open, hands in front of their face. Police at the time had no leads, and the victims didn't have stab wounds or bullet holes. It was like nothing anyone had ever seen before. The first victim was found by garbage men. They found a deceased man lying on his back in the middle of the street. He was an anomaly, and the police were so stunned at what they'd seen, they didn't investigate it like a murder. The mummified bum became a celebrity for a day, and people young and old left their houses to see it at the station. By evening, the excitement wore down, and the town returned to its usual routine. A deli shop owner would find the second victim, huddled up against the metal exterior gate of his shop. Another member of the community found dead in the same horrific state wasn't met with the same enthusiasm as the first. Police didn't prop this one up for locals to see, and they launched a real investigation, blocking off the street most of the day to gather evidence. Then, another body would be found, and another. By now, a few people had come forward as witnesses to seeing this thing, the one responsible. Local newspapers embellished their accounts, printing stories about a demon retrieving souls for El Diablo in hell. Other reports referred to it as the chupacabra. However, what people described didn't sound anything like a chupacabra. Not to mention, they wouldn't travel near urban areas. Witnesses said it was pure black, darker than the night around it. One person would come forward claiming that they watched it move interdimensionally, like from second to third. That was the report made by my dad when he was 16, and what he saw scared him more than anything he'd ever seen in the Mexican army. I won't go into detail about those things, but let's just say the cartel uses flesh like painters use paint. It's an art expressed with passion and an emphasis in detail. So, him saying this demon thing was scarier than that stuff was pretty wild to me. Carlos was on his bike. He'd just had a romantic evening with a girl whose name he'd forgotten, but it doesn't matter for the story. When Carlos enters the city, he always got off his bike and pushed it a little before he got to his house, because at that time of night, there weren't a lot of cars on the road. So the ones that were would speed up and down the roads, and after a handful of close calls, Carlos started walking his bike on the side of the streets, with a smile on his face this night. He was very accustomed to being in the city at night. He and his friends would often meet up to skateboard right when that started getting big in California. They'd skate after dark when there was less security, and overall, watchful eyes. So his trip home that night was nothing out of the ordinary when he began. There were still some people here and there, not enough to make the city feel alive, not enough to make a conversation audible in passing. Those still outside at that time of night were either quickly going inside one of the apartment buildings, or they lived outside and were sheltering in hiding spots out of sight. Either way, soon enough he was mostly alone. The streets around Carlos were as quiet as they were going to be for the next 24 hours, and all he could hear was the electric hum of the lamppost above him as he continued to push his bike towards home. But early into the final leg of his journey, Carlos started to feel spooked. Fear coiled around him, tightening with every step until he was barely making progress. Every few feet, he was stopping to cautiously glance in all directions, as if he'd had a premonition that something evil was nearby. The hair stood up on his arms, and as much as he wanted to just get on his bike and ride home, his legs were barely walking. Jumping on a bike and starting to pedal required a level of confidence that he didn't have, not at that second, so he maintained the slow pace he was at. When Carlos randomly stopped again to look in all directions, on the same sidewalk he's on, he sees a formless shadow taking shape on the ground about 7 meters away. It had virtually no volume in its shape. It was like a shadow of a cloud was forming on the ground, and nothing above it. Nothing to make the shadow. But a dark one had formed on the concrete, all the same. Seeing this confuses Carlos, and he fully stopped, trying to figure out what was making that weird shadow on the ground. And then, from behind him, back in the direction he was walking, the harsh metal slam of an exit-only door makes Carlos turn. On the other sidewalk across the street from him, a young woman is leaving out the back door of a brick building from its alleyway. Before she gets to the sidewalk and turns left or right, the way she's walking from the alley, it's like she's walking facing towards Carlos. Not wanting to make the woman think he's staring at her, Carlos quickly averts his eyes back to the shadow cloud behind him on the side of the road. It's almost impossible to spot amongst the other shadows being casted. And if he hadn't already seen it form, my dad probably wouldn't have seen anything that happened next. So, as he's finding it again, he can hear the woman's high heels on the concrete. The pop noise of her heels echoes off the brick around her and sounds like she's walking in the direction opposite of him. They wouldn't have crossed paths because they were on the other sides of the street. But just as Carlos lays his eyes back on the shadow, it moves silently on the ground to where Carlos couldn't track it anymore. Through the dark of an unlit road, he looks back up at the woman. She's not paying attention to anything going on around her. It's to be questioned if she even noticed Carlos on the other side of the road. There's a cigarette in her mouth, and she was digging around a big black and gold purse for a torch. The purse is held up by her left hand while she furiously pushed stuff around with the other hand. Then, under the illumination of a lamppost across the street, Carlos sees the shadow cloud again take form and start sliding towards the woman, like how he first saw it coming towards him. The woman still hadn't pulled her head out of her purse by the time the shadow gets to her. And that's when Carlos watches the shadow grow up out of its flat dimension. As it grew in volume, its shape was no longer resembling a cloud. It now looked like a beast out of nightmares, with a tornado of black around it that melted into the ground. Its face elongated and hooked like a beak. The swirl moving around it moved with immense force, but none of the litter in the road was disturbed, and the woman didn't notice. Its beak opened, and the woman dropped her purse. Carlos described what he saw happen by saying an aurora borealis-like thing, only gray and blue, was pulled from the woman. The black creature absorbed the essence like a vacuum. Her skin aged centuries in a matter of seconds, and then she collapsed to the ground. The creature sank back into the black tornado, and the tornado dropped back into a shadow on the ground next to the lifeless woman. Carlos had a surge of do or die, and he hopped onto his bike, pedaling as fast as he could until he got home. Completely exhausted, he called the police from his home and made the report. My dad never spoke of that night again, not until he told me. Even then, he told me because I asked him directly about the story in the newspaper, about the reports of a demon roaming the streets of Tijuana. He recounted it as fact, not legend, and he swore that every detail he shared was true. He still remembers the exact spot where the shadow emerged, where the woman fell, but he's never gone back. Not even in the daylight would he pass that same spot. My dad says that some things aren't meant to be understood, and he believes what he saw that night was proof of it, whether it was a demon, a curse, or something beyond human comprehension. It certainly isn't of this world as we know it. Whatever it was, he says, it wasn't done. And when I asked him what he meant by that, he looked at me and said, "Things like that don't just stop. They wait." I was 22 when I saw something I can't explain. I've kept it to myself for years, but I still think about it almost every day. At the time, I lived in a tiny studio apartment in a rundown building downtown. The place had paper-thin walls, flickering fluorescent lights in the hallways, and a weird draft that I could never quite pinpoint. It was late, past midnight, and I'd been up writing. I just started my first book and was making decent progress. But that night, the words weren't coming. I was tired, frustrated, and decided to take a break. I stepped outside into the narrow alleyway behind my building. It wasn't much of a view, just a brick wall and a few dumpsters, but it was quiet. I lit a cigarette and stared at the ground, trying to clear my mind. And that's when I heard something rustling in the shadows near the dumpsters. At first, I thought it was a raccoon or a stray cat. I leaned forward, squinting into the dark and muttering something like, "Hey, shoo." But whatever it was didn't run. Instead, the rustling stopped, and that's when I saw it. It was crouched low, its skin pale, almost translucent, like it hadn't seen sunlight in years. Its body was wiry and twisted, with limbs too long for its frame. I was blinking profusely, trying to figure out if I was really seeing this thing. And then I saw its eyes, large and reflective, catching the faint light of a nearby street lamp. And then a smile. I froze. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The thing tilted its head, like it was studying me. I watched it crawl towards me, its movements jerky, unnatural, like it was trying to mimic how a person might move, but it just didn't quite know how to do that. I stumbled back, dropping my cigarette. My mind was screaming at me to run, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. It got within a few feet of me, close enough that I could see that it was real, and close enough to see the way its ribs jutted out from its chest. And then it stopped. It stared at me for what felt like forever. And then I watched it scurry up the wall beside me, just like that, and faster than anything I'd ever seen. Hands and feet pressed against the brick like some kind of giant insect. It disappeared onto the roof within seconds. And then I was left in the quiet again. I bolted back into my apartment, locking the door and shoving a chair under the handle for good measure. I sat there with my back against the wall, shaking, until the sun came up. I didn't sleep for days. To this day, I have no idea what I saw. I've gone over it in my head 1,000 times, trying to rationalize it. A hallucination from too much caffeine, a dream I mistook for reality. But it felt real, the way it looked, the sounds it made, the way it moved, and I can't shake it. I moved out of that building a year later, but no amount of distance has ever made me feel fully safe from whatever it was. Does anyone truly believe that they've seen a supernatural or alien being? When I was 17, I believe I saw a demon. I woke up in the middle of the night, thirsty. I went into the kitchen to get some water, which wasn't unusual. When I walked into the kitchen and flipped on the light, I saw what I can only describe as a large, golem-looking creature. It looked at me in the face, and it screeched, a noise I can never replicate, but I'll never forget. Then, it crawled on the walls into the unlit part of the house. Well, after confirming I wasn't sleeping or dreaming, I ran into my room, turned on music, and didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I've only told a handful of people about it, and yes, I'm completely serious. I'm not out here trying to get anyone to believe in demons or anything like that. I'm honestly just wondering how many people out there have had similar things happen to them. It can make you feel crazy at times. A UFO crashed in the Spokane Valley on June 24th, 2024. In the hills near Deer Lake, 2 military jets were flying close behind. They zoomed by maybe 10, 20 seconds later. I couldn't tell if they were the ones who downed the craft. All of it happened so fast. My husband Dobbs was driving us out to visit his uncle over in Clayton. Then, a silver object in the shape of a sideways teardrop appeared to burst out of a flash of light. It moved in the direction that the big end was on. At the thin, pointed end, it was swinging in a figure 8 pattern. Then we saw it fall behind a hill. We knew there was only ground past that hill. Then the jets flew by. Ignoring my wishes not to go look for the crash, Dobbs hit his blinker and changed course, and gives me the task of calling his uncle to tell him we'll be late, then to call the newspaper. By the time we got anywhere close to where it landed, big army trucks blocked the roads leading there. For our safety, I'll use the name B when I refer to our daughter-in-law. B works for a local paper in or around the Spokane Valley. She told me that multiple people called in from Ponderay to report the crash. Most of their stories were the same, and none of them ended with any more information. The big trucks surrounded that town, blocking off the roads to and from for over an hour. Then, someone in the Sand Creek area called in. They claimed to have been on Mountain Road. That call would be the closest to the actual crash site. The man called in to talk about what they'd seen. He was suspicious the local police were involved, and he wanted to get on record what he saw. When the UFO crashed in the valley below the road, the man pulled over his work truck and looked off the edge of the road to see the silver drop at rest in the long grass. It was almost immediately next that a round of pops echo off the mountains, and the area below is covered with smoke bombs that fully engulf the craft and surrounding area. A black helicopter then came from the north and dropped a humongous opaque net over the craft. For a quick moment, the man could see everything as the air from the net pushed the fog around when it landed. He told B that just before everything was covered again by the gray cloud of smoke, he saw a tall, bell-shaped creature form out of thin air in front of the soldiers that were approaching the crash site on foot. Though the man tried to drive away, law enforcement caught up with him. He was detained, and all of his belongings were confiscated. His camera, journal, even his phone were taken. After the reports started coming into the office, so did 4 men from the government. They threatened B and the rest of the staff that were there that day to dispose of the story, or they themselves would be disposed of, along with the building itself. Claiming old structures like that burn down all the time, they made it clear that they intended to visit any callers that they could identify. I don't like to be a conspiracy theory nut or anything like that, but the story's being suppressed. Who knows why? I'm not even here to say if it's for our own good or not. I guess I'm just here to say it. If you live in Washington, share this with your loved ones or anyone you see fit. People are saying the area around the crash site that is contaminated by radiation now, including the Kalispell Lake and Penn River. If these claims are true, this would devastate our ecosystem around those parts, not to mention the health complications people would develop living in the towns close by. I guess this seems as good a reason as any to cover something up, keep something quiet. There's a house a few doors down that's been sitting vacant for years. Now its decay has become an eyesore on our street and probably brings the house value of our own neighborhood down. It's one of the first things you see when you pull into our cul-de-sac. The house is in shambles from years of neglect. The yard's overgrown with tall grass and weeds. A large part of a tree had fallen through the roof long ago, and the house was never fixed. My dad used to golf with the man that lived there. Then one day, cop cars filled up our little dead-end road. All of us stood pressed against the window to watch my dad's golf buddy get let out in handcuffs. We'd later find out that he murdered his wife a few months prior. My dad had hung out with this man multiple times during those months. His name was Eric. I remember my dad was genuinely shook to the core about this. My dad said that when Eric's wife would get brought into the conversation, he talked proudly about all the plans he and his wife Rachel were attending to the following days. All the while, her body was stuffed into the hollow of an oak tree that touched their bedroom terrace. Same oak tree that set a branch through the ceiling years later. The HOA board that Rachel used to be a part of helped organize the funeral with the family, and everyone in the neighborhood showed up to pay their respects. The murder felt so out of nowhere. There had to be more to the story, but nobody had a bad word to say about Eric. It caught the whole community off guard. He was a 5-star dentist and a member of the church. Eric and Rachel were both held with high regard in the community. Now, everything had changed. The next HOA meeting would happen on a Sunday afternoon the following month. My dad would talk to a man named David. He'd been a mutual friend with Eric. David and Eric were close friends and worked at the church together. Out of everyone, David took the news the hardest. He was in denial that his friend could commit such atrocities. David would actually visit Eric in prison, if only to get some closure. All David wanted was for his friend to say he didn't do it. He was looking for any sign of hope that his friend wasn't the monster everyone thought he was. But I don't think the story David told my dad gave anyone any sort of peace of mind. David said that when he went into the visitation area, he was on a phone behind glass. The guards led Eric into the room. He'd lost a lot of weight, and the dark rings around his eyes, it led David to believe he wasn't doing too well in his new conditions. When Eric saw David, however, he smiled a big, joyful smile, almost a creepy smile, at David. Given the circumstances, he thought Eric would be acting as somber and exhausted as he looked. But when David picked up his end of the phone, his voice was chipper. Eric told David that he was hopeful about his release. In the same positive tone, Eric fully admits to murdering his wife. David asks, why? Eric explains that his actions were forced upon him by a higher power. Since Eric's childhood, he said that angels in blue light would visit him, describing them as 3 tall, magnificent beings in white robes. They had large black eyes that he could see his reflection in when they got close. These beings visited Eric multiple times throughout his adolescence. He'd be woken up by a large orb of blue light that would float into his room, divide itself into 3 separate orbs. Then those orbs would stretch into angels in his room. This even happened once when Eric had a friend stay the night in his room. No matter what Eric did, he couldn't wake him up until they were gone, and the blue glow had finally extinguished from the room. On his later encounter, they implanted a triangular chip into the back of his neck. David would confirm that Eric did have a triangular scar, about the size of a dime on the back of his neck. Eric had shaved his head while incarcerated, and the nape of his neck was no longer hidden by hair. The skin, according to David, it looked raised, like a new tattoo, but with no ink. Could he have done this right before seeing David? No, because David's visit was a surprise to Eric, and he didn't say any of this in his defense. He pleaded guilty. The angels had made a pact with Eric, never to speak of their interactions until he fulfilled his duty to God. During most of these angel visits, they'd enter his room. Their warm light would fill him with a euphoric calm. They'd float to his bed, scan the chip, then leave. But sometimes, these angels would tell Eric that he needed to prove himself to God in order to earn his place with them in the blue light. This test by God was ordered at 4 different times of Eric's life. Sacrifice what you love most to demonstrate your loyalty. When he was 5, he could barely understand what they meant, but to the best of his knowledge, under the presence of their influence, he grabbed his favorite book from the shelf next to his bed, The Tiger Who Came to Tea. His mom would read it to him every night until he'd fall asleep. I remembered that name because I had the same exact book in my bedroom when I heard this story. The angels gave Eric a sign of approval and left after he'd torn the pages of the book and thrown them around his room. The next morning, he watched his mother cry. He couldn't tell her why he'd done it, so he said, "I don't know." He thought their relationship changed a little bit after that. The second was his hamster. The third was his grandmother. In his teenage years, his mother had passed away, and he was finally old enough to escape his father's alcoholism and abuse. His grandmother helped him graduate and apply for all the scholarships to get into college. The night before he left, they showed up. Eric then casually admits to David another murder he committed for these angels. He explains how he smothered her with a pillow, then made it look like she had died in her sleep before he left for college. His final test, number 4, was Rachel. Eric felt no guilt, no shame, or understanding of what he'd done. At the end of their conversation, he even tells David that the angels in blue will soon retrieve him from these walls. David hangs up the phone, and he can't help but cry because he knew that was the last time he was going to hear Eric's voice on the phone. Eric stands up with a grin, but as he's being led away, he notices David's tears, and he gives him a confused look, like he doesn't understand why David would be upset. But he's quickly turned and pushed out by a guard. Out of respect for the family and to deter any vandals thinking of destroying that house, visiting the neighborhood, etc., names have been changed. But this story and that house are 100% real existing lore we have in our neighborhood. A story we'd all much rather forget than embrace, but happened nonetheless. The housing market right now is tough as it is. I'm sure as hell not going to be able to sell this property if people know what happened a few doors down. Senior year, 2011, my dad and I are driving home one late night after one of my volleyball tournaments. We live in Elma, Washington, which, if you don't know, it's rural as hell. With rural comes a lot of long roads, usually leading to nothing but houses and farmland. Our house is down one of those long roads. We've driven it 1,000 times, I'd have to guess. I even learned to drive on this road. It's not incredibly wide, that's for sure, or well lit, though it's rarely populated. We're never driving that fast because we don't hate our community. Plus, that night it was raining, and that's another reason to drive slower. Anyway, it was dark, raining. We'd been driving for over 2 hours, and I'd been dozing in and out most of that time. But now that we were on our road, I was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. My dad was driving slowly, but I couldn't wait to be home, and I was already gathering my stuff, looking for my phone. My dad telling me to just wait a second when we have some light. I don't listen, turn on the cab light briefly. I go to unbuckle my seatbelt, and he asks me sternly if I'm serious, and tells me, "Don't even think about unbuckling that." This time I listened. I found my phone, so I turned off the light. As I switched the light off, I'm looking forward out the window. My dad and I both gasp at the exact same time. There's a man standing in the middle of the road. He only becomes visible just before there's no time to stop. Suddenly, my dad is swerving hard to the left, going clear into the other lane. He tried to overcorrect, and the combination of the rain and last-minute maneuvering, we didn't make a full 360, landed ourselves in the ditch. My dad checks to see if I'm okay, and thankfully, I'm fine. Once he confirms this, he immediately leaves the car and runs to the road. I grab my phone and follow him up the embankment. Just as my dad is about to reach the road, a blinding blue light flashes in front of us. Lights up the whole area like it's daytime, just for a second, before darkness takes over again. My dad had sort of stumbled back, and I was there to help brace his fall. I asked him, even though I knew the answer, "Was that lightning?" He keeps going up towards the road. We search for the man on the road, but it's like he'd vanished into thin air. There's no driveways close enough. We were on the only side of the road that someone could be walking on. The surrounding area, it's nothing but scattered trees and open land. No man anywhere. My dad holds his phone over the road, where we'd seen the man. He tells me to look at it. When I do, I can see there's a blackened piece of the road, like someone had burned it, similar to when you light off a firework. It didn't seem incredibly significant, but my dad was sure hyper-focused on it. Then suddenly his phone rings, and it breaks his concentration after giving both of us the jump scare of our lives. Already too many for one night. It's my mom. So my dad quickly explains he needs her to come pull us out of the ditch with the other rig. While waiting for her, my dad says to me, "You know that wasn't lightning, right?" I had a feeling, I told him, especially when no thunder rolled in. I asked what he thought it was. He just told me he didn't really know, but that the mark on the road, the guy, and the light, they all seemed to appear in the exact same spot. Once my mom showed up, we used the headlights of the truck to scan the area, see if we'd missed anything in the vicinity, but there was nothing or no one out there with us. My parents were talking about it when we got home. My dad was still fired up about the whole thing, kept wondering if he should go out there and look for the guy or what. My mom convinced him to stay inside, saying that she's going to report what we saw to the police and let them check it out. When she asks us what he was wearing, what we saw, we both just sort of look at each other. What had they been wearing? I told my dad I couldn't be sure, but it looked like maybe he was wearing all one color. He sort of shook his head, no, but agreed verbally that, yeah, maybe all one color, like gray or some sort of blue. We couldn't seem to agree on the color. In fact, the more we thought about it, the less we could recall. Also, now sitting in the light of the dining room, it's obvious that my dad has some sort of markings or burns on his forearms and face. They look like sunburns, but in a line going horizontally across his upper body. We decided that the only thing that could have caused this was the bright light that flashed for a moment as we made our way up the embankment. My mom starts checking me over, looking for marks. Nothing, but she ordered both of us to take showers. This is probably a good time to mention that my mom is big on X-Files. She loves her aliens and fantasy shows. My dad too, but sci-fi, if you will, it's her favorite. She starts talking about how she saw that flash of light, chalked it up to lightning, till there was no thunder. She says that she knew my dad was about to call her, and that's why she called my dad. She also points out how it's odd that neither of us hit our heads, but we seem to be having memory problems from the last hour. We couldn't deny that what she was saying wasn't entirely insane. It was actually odd how we couldn't really recall any details of the figure in the road, and that we'd even started calling it the figure instead of the man. But I felt like I'd retained enough to grasp onto the fact that who or what we saw was a man. He was at least in the shape of one when we almost collided with him in our car. The whole thing, it still just leaves this unsettling oddity feeling. Like my dad and I try to laugh it off sometimes, yet it always leads back to this place where I know we're both just sitting there, thinking about it, wondering, speculating. Just something we'll never really have an answer for, I suppose. This happened to me about 10 years ago, when I was 14. It was a warm summer night in 2012. I was walking around the city with my friends, R, who was 16, and his older cousin Jay, 24. We'd all been neighbors for about 4 years now. Our families knew each other, so it was quite normal for us to all be hanging out together, despite the age gaps. During our walk, we decided to take a shortcut through the cemetery. It was after hours, and I'm pretty sure it was illegal for us to be there, but at the time, we weren't going to do anything other than just cut through, which we would often do during the day as well. As we were walking down the path, I saw headlights turn into the cemetery, and the boys, of course, darted away ahead of me into the trees. Since the others ran ahead of me and off the path, away from the lights, it was pitch black. There was residual light twinkling through the branches as I made my way down into the trees, but it dropped down to a slight hill, and the light was lost. I was walking along, trying to be as quiet as possible, almost blind due to my eyes not adjusting yet, and that's when the feeling of dread sets in. I had no idea where the guys were. I couldn't see, and I didn't want to be caught by the police, by myself. But there was something else. Almost a chill in the air on a warm July night. I tried to brush it off, the uneasy feeling, thinking it was just my nerves being scared because the guys took off without me. But alarms were going off in my head, like something was very, very wrong, and apart from legal reasons, I should not be there. I make out a shape to the left of me. As I'm walking, I take a couple of steps towards it. Guys, is that you? Nothing. No response. I take a few more steps towards it, and I swear to God, just like the movies, a freaking twig snaps under my foot. Now, the reason I had thought that it was the guys is because this shape was crouched down next to a pile of brush, and it was big enough to look like two people hunched over. I thought that they had been hiding there, but when the twig snapped, I stopped in my tracks as the thing stood up and towered over me. I was about 5 foot tall at the time, and this thing was easily 2 of me stacked right on top of each other. Whatever this thing was, it was only 15 feet or so away from me, and I was frozen in horror. It was facing away from me at first, and then its neck, its head, it almost swiveled around like an owl, and I was met with an oval-shaped gray face, no nose or mouth, only 2 pitch-black, hollow eye sockets. The rest of this thing's body was pitch black against the dark trees. the light from the path no longer streaming through the branches. It was just me and this thing that seemed like the personification of darkness itself. This thing and I stared at each other for what felt like an eternity. The woods around me, through the corners of my eyes, were getting darker. My heart was pounding so hard, I could feel it through my entire body. Every tiny hair on my body was prickling. I was cold. The only thing I can remember thinking was, this is it. I'm never going to see my family again. The body of this thing had followed its head and swiveled, so now I could see its long, curved arms held right up to what would be this thing's chest. Its legs were similarly curved, almost like it wasn't standing at full height, but still slightly crouched down. Its body was almost translucent. It looked like it was wearing some kind of hooded cloak that was see-through as well. The only thing that was 100% solid was its face and its void-like eyes that made me feel like I was staring right into the depths of hell. Neither of us moved. We were locked in the most terrifying staring contest. It felt like an eternity until a strange feeling came over me. I felt like I could move again, and I had the energy to run a 5K marathon without breaking a sweat. Then I heard a very calm but stern voice say, "Go. Now. Run." It's kind of hard to explain where the voice was coming from exactly. It was sort of in my head, but all around at the same time. I'm getting chills as I write this. I know the voice did not come from whatever this thing was in front of me, because when I heard the voice speak, it looked as if this horrid creature recoiled at the sound of it, like it took a step or two backwards and kind of ducked its head down. I saw this as my chance, and I turned away from this thing, and I started bolting down further into the tree line, and no longer caring about being quiet and crashing around through the bush like an animal being chased by a predator. I could almost feel this thing right on my tail, but after running about 200 feet-ish, I run directly into the guys, literally crashing into them. I'm obviously scared and pissed, so I ask why the fuck they left me out there like that, and they apologized. Apparently, I'd been missing for almost a half an hour, and they'd already searched the direction I ran from. They heard weird whispering all around the woods while I was gone, like the voices were coming from everywhere around them. They said right before I crashed into them, the whispering stopped. I told them about what I saw, and all they said was that we should get out of there. We left the cemetery very quickly, and as soon as we walked out of the gates, it was like we all let out a sigh of relief. We never talked about that night again, and even during the day, none of us ever took that shortcut through the cemetery. I still live in the same city, and to this day, I avoid it like the plague. I won't even drive by it. This isn't my only story, but it's definitely one of the more terrifying ones that still haunts me to this day. I don't know how many people will read this or how many will believe it. Frankly, I don't care. I know that this happened, my brother knows it, and even local law enforcement believes some of it. This happened on a ranch that my brother and I lease in eastern Montana. The ranch in question is massive, covering about 18 sections. A section is 1 square mile, or 640 acres, and it's 2/3 deeded, the rest being either BLM or state-owned. This land is incredibly rugged, being covered in clay hills and deep canyons, and is for the most part unfenced. There are several buffalo jumps on the ranch, where hundreds of years ago the natives would chase the herds of buffalo off the cliffs to their death. You can find buffalo bones at these sites. Supposedly, the ranch was also the site of a massacre, where an entire village of Hidatsa were killed by their enemies, the Sioux, although I haven't found any official records of that incident. Also on the ranch are 2 abandoned homesteads, the Mint Place and the Carter Place. The Mint homestead is merely 1 mile off the county road and relatively easy to access, so my brother and I still use the dated cattle pens that are part of it. The Carter Place is more remote, however, only being accessible on horseback as the trail that went into it washed out many years ago. All that's left of the Carter Place is a log cabin with a roof caving in, an old corral system, and a barn that has toppled over. The last people that lived in the Carter house was the Carter family themselves. But during the 1930s, the father went crazy, murdered the entire family before turning the gun on himself. At least that's what people said. The ranch's current owners live in California and have owned the ranch since purchasing it from the Mint family. This was during the 1980s. My brother and I started leasing the ranch in 2007. There was some unusual activity at first, mainly random lights, but nothing that couldn't be explained in a reasonable way. The real strangeness began in 2017, after a well was drilled on the property. I wonder now if this may have unleashed something. During the fall of 2017, I was searching for strays on horseback when I was approached by 2 frantic hunters. The hunters claimed that they were being stalked by a pack of wolves, but I was dismissive. There hadn't been any wolves in the area since the 1920s. The hunters claimed they knew the difference between coyotes and wolves, and were absolutely certain that what was stalking them was wolves. Whatever it was had seriously bothered them. Later in the year, we were trucking cattle away from the ranch and back to the home place. We found out that we were a dozen head short. Despite us running 600 cattle on the property, we kept very close tabs on the herd. It was unusual to lose more than 2. But no matter how many times we searched and recounted, we could not find the missing cattle. This began a trend, and so far since 2017, there have been a total of 138 unaccounted cattle, a financial loss of $165,000. Though there are many odd events that I could recount, this is one that stands out. This took place in October of 2020. Myself, my brother, and my brother's eldest son were gathering the cattle and herding them to the Mint homestead, where they could be loaded onto trucks and taken to our home ranch for the winter. By this point, the weird activity on the ranch had increased, so much so that we never went to the ranch without being armed. This day was no exception. Strapped to the saddle under my left leg was a Winchester .30-30 rifle. The morning went well. By noon, we'd gathered 200 head, which we penned up at the Mint place. After eating a quick lunch, my brother and nephew loaded their horses and left. My nephew had a football game later that day. I stayed alone and rode northwest toward the Carter homestead. The first strange thing to happen was when I rode down a canyon. As I was riding, I could hear multiple howls and cries coming from all directions. I cannot describe what these howls sounded like because they were like nothing I'd heard, not before or since. As I continued riding in the canyon, I was overcome with a feeling of dread. My horse, Ace, seemed to pick up on this as well, began spooking at almost every shadow. This was very out of character for him, as he was usually a very calm and collected horse. The second strange thing was when I approached the Carter homestead. As I crested a hill in front of it, something jumped out of the old log cabin and ran in the opposite direction. I was still close to a mile away, so I had to use my binoculars to get a better look. What I saw through the lenses chilled me to the bone. It was a wolf, but it was massive, solid black. It was so large it could have been mistaken for a black bear, but it was undeniably canine. After seeing the wolf, my gut told me to turn around, come back later with company, but I ultimately continued. Throughout the course of the afternoon, I managed to convince myself that the wolf I saw was nothing more than a coyote, and its black fur was just a shadow. It was nearing dusk before I arrived back at the mint place, herding 30 head of cattle in front of me. After I penned the cattle up, I led Ace back to my pickup and horse trailer. From a distance, I could see that something was wrong with the trailer. As I approached, I found that the axle had come apart. It didn't make any sense to me. It was fine when I drove it in, but there was no explanation as to what could have made it come apart when it wasn't moving. By this time, it was fairly dark outside, and as we were coming out the next day, I decided to unhook the trailer, leave Ace at the corrals overnight. When I left, I saw 3 blue lights near the corrals, but I attributed these lights to hunters and continued driving. I also heard some more of those howls, the ones I'd heard earlier in the day. When all 3 of us arrived the next morning, we found the corrals in a total mess. All the grass was turned up inside the corrals where the cattle had been milling. The fence was broken in several places. The cattle that were penned up the night before were nowhere to be found, along with Ace. My brother and nephew took off on horseback, trying to locate some of the cattle and Ace, but they only managed to find around 20 head. As I was without a horse, we repaired the trailer and left later in the afternoon. The next day, all 3 of us rode. We searched exclusively for Ace. During this time, I covered a lot of country that I would have otherwise missed, and I discovered more bizarre things. At the bottom of one of the canyons were hundreds of holes, about 1 foot in diameter and 3 foot deep. These holes had to have been dug by people, as there would be no animal that would have dug them. I also found a bone pile, which was exceptionally strange. There were the carcasses of 4 cows, all piled on top of each other, in an area that they typically would not have accessed. At first, I thought that this was the act of poachers who were illegally killing and butchering cattle at the ranch. But there would have been no way to get to this location with a pickup or a 4-wheeler, for that matter. The more we searched, the less sense everything made. We searched for 3 days before we came across something. My brother radioed me. We had no cell service. He told me that he thought they found Ace. My nephew and I rode to his location, and sure enough, at the bottom of a sinkhole, which are pretty common in our area, was the carcass of Ace, along with 3 cows. The sinkhole was at the bottom of a canyon, with the walls of this canyon being 300 feet tall, the sinkhole being another 20 feet deep. It took an hour just to climb down the canyon walls. When I finally approached the sinkhole, I found Ace to be heavily mutilated. Both ears were removed, along with the eyes, nostrils, hooves. The back of him was not exposed, but it looked like his tail had been removed. The cows surrounding also had similar mutilations. As was the case with the howls, the wolf, and the trailer, none of this made sense. It would have been almost impossible for just 1 cow to end up in this location, let alone 3 cows and a horse. There were also no tracks leading into or out of the sinkhole or canyon. The sheriff and veterinarian were both notified and an investigation was launched. The ultimate conclusion was that something had caused the cattle to spook and break out of the corrals. Whatever it was, spooked them so bad that they ran all the way to the mint place, to the bottom of the sinkhole. And that's where they perished. When I mentioned the wolf that I'd seen, detectives were dismissive, just as I had been when the hunters told me of the wolf 3 years prior. No foul play was suspected, and the case was closed. Though there are many strange things that have happened since then, there were none quite as upsetting as the loss of my horse. Cattle continued to go missing, and now we only ride to the place in pairs. My brother and I are considering terminating the lease, as for the moment, the current cattle losses are unsustainable. I've always been a big YouTube watcher, and I found that many stories on the site came from Reddit, so I decided to share mine. I'm currently 45, but this happened in 1993, when I was 15. We'd just moved into a big house located on the edge of Waukesha Springs State Park. At the time, I'd heard of Bigfoot, but the stories didn't interest me. We couldn't put the trash out until right before the garbage trucks ran, or the black bears would tear it apart. The deer population was off the charts. Plus, we'd see wild turkeys, pigs, and bobcats. Our home was next to the lake, and the only other houses were at the front of the neighborhood. No one was living on either side of us yet. After school, I'd go into the woods just to explore. I noticed a good spot for growing marijuana, so I decided to try it out. I became very familiar with the square mile around our home, and I grew comfortable with staying out there until dusk. One day, while checking on my plant, I saw my 11-year-old brother exiting the patio door 50 yards behind me. He was trying to follow me into the woods, so I pretended not to see him. While walking, I occasionally heard him behind me and stopped just to make sure. As I got deeper into the forest, I noticed it was much calmer than normal. I didn't see any deer, squirrels, or birds. There wasn't even any wind blowing. But I could hear my brother getting closer. I thought it would be funny to scare him as he passed by, so I ducked behind a tree. While waiting, I realized what little sound there had been was now completely gone. It was like wearing earplugs, but I didn't yet understand what that meant. It was merely an observation. My brother was being loud, and when he sounded like he was about 20 feet away, I prepared to pounce. Except he never came. The footsteps suddenly stopped, and I was left just sitting behind the tree. 2 full minutes passed, and I was beginning to wonder what the hell happened. Did he realize what I was doing? Decided to scare me first? Finally, I looked around the corner, but I didn't see him anywhere. Only, that should have been impossible because I heard him following me the whole time, but I didn't hear him leave after hiding behind the tree. The only explanation would be if he'd literally disappeared. The woods suddenly seemed very creepy, and I started feeling anxious. My brain said, "Get home now," but I couldn't seem to get my bearings. I was lost. Eventually, I calmed down enough to find my way back to the trail, even though I never left it. The problem was my equilibrium or something. My brother was still nowhere to be found, and I was genuinely concerned. He'd been right behind me only a few minutes prior. I yelled his name while jogging home, and after a few minutes, I finally heard his voice. He was hiding under a pile of palmetto leaves behind the trail, just laying there. I didn't know why, but I told him to hurry because I still had that weird feeling. When he stood up, I tried to ask what he'd been doing, but he only asked me to run home with him. I didn't ask any more questions. We simply ran home. Once we made it to the backyard, he explained that he was following me when he suddenly smelled something horrible. Looking to the left, he saw a big, black, hairy person. I was already a little paranoid because of my marijuana plant, so my first thoughts were of the police. My brother then specified that the person's entire body was covered in hair. It scared him so badly that he simply stopped, fell to the ground, and rolled into the palmetto bushes until I found him. At the very moment he finished telling me his story, we heard 3 loud bangs and a weird scream. We both looked up, and there, about 50 yards behind us, was the thing that he had described. It was swinging from a large tree branch, and had I not known better, I would have thought that it looked like a human, pretending to be a monkey. It just didn't make sense. It was completely out of place. The creature was large and burly, but it still resembled a person more than anything else. We both remained frozen, not knowing what to do until the creature finally dropped to the ground and fled into the woods. It was hollering the whole time. The moment that it was out of sight, we ran into the house, yelling for our parents. At first, they said it was just a bear, but later that night, they realized we were serious. The next day, Dad found a report from Florida discussing something called a skunk ape. Over the next 5 years, I continued seeing the creature, and twice we'd had a deer leg and a skull left in our backyard. Once, I had turkey feathers placed on my windowsill. I didn't know what it meant at the time. I only learned about that later in my research. Every 6 months, park rangers left a barrel and a donut in our yard, hoping to capture any black bears that were too comfortable in our neighborhood. Eventually, I felt comfortable enough to ask one of the rangers what they did with the captured bears. Apparently, they're moved into deeper parts of the forest or relocated altogether. But then he said that that's not what I should be worried about. That there were bigger and badder things in those woods, and to always be careful. My parents still live in that same house today, and I visit them occasionally. Dad is retired now, and he's actually grown to be a believer himself. Over the years, he's had quite a few experiences of his own. The house is about 15 minutes from downtown Orlando, but the area is still surprisingly untouched by humans. I think our house was built on the creature's territory, and it was pushed back further as more homes were built. It's not as dangerous or thrilling as some encounter stories, but it was real. I saw that thing with my own eyes on more than one occasion, and now I'm just trying to learn all I can about it. For example, is a skunk ape different from Bigfoot? I don't know, but I look forward to finding out. It happened almost 10 years ago, right before I got pregnant with my first child. My husband and I were driving to my sister's house to have some drinks and stay over. It was dark outside when we left our place, and the drive is about 15 miles. The first stretch of highway passes right by Lake Michigan, and there wasn't a cloud in the sky. As soon as we pulled onto the highway, we both noticed an odd-looking star over the lake. It was the brightest light we'd ever seen. It would have been extremely hard for others to miss, but I'm not sure if anyone else was on the road. My attention was solely focused on the giant, blinding star. We thought it was amazing, but then it started moving. It went up, down, left, right. It seemed to be following us into town. My husband and I were transfixed. After we made it into town, we watched in disbelief as it rose even higher, shooting across the sky and out of sight. I was sad that it left and desperately hoping to catch another glimpse. It was such an indescribable feeling to see a giant light do all these impossible maneuvers, just dart across the sky and leave us in awe. The excitement and impossibility of it all made me feel like a kid again, full of wonder and joy. I couldn't stop thinking about what we'd seen, and that's not even the best part. What happened next changed who I am as a person and the way I perceive things. We were only a few blocks away from my sister's house when my husband stopped at a stop sign and looked to his left. At that moment, I was looking ahead. I saw the craft 2 blocks ahead at streetlight level. It glided across the street effortlessly, without sound. This time, it had no lights. It just looked like a blimp without windows, strings, or anything else you might expect to see on a blimp. It was a dark, matte gray color and covered in very fine, Lines, indentations, seams. I don't know. It was a little larger than 2 car lengths, fast and silent. A moment later, it passed in front of our car, and I screamed. But it was gone before my husband could turn his head. I made him drive around and search for it for a long time so that I could try to get a picture, but we didn't see it again. We both spent most of the drive watching this bright light dance in the sky, perform all of these outstanding and impossible aerial maneuvers, just to have it disappear and reappear with no lights or noise. That makes me think it knew we were watching. I know in my soul that what I saw was something far beyond our understanding, and for a while after that, my sister and I would stargaze, but we never saw anything like what my husband and I saw that first night. Over the years, the excitement went away, more and more as life got busy. But last week, I was driving home when, out of nowhere, an unusually bright light appeared in the sky. It was almost like the other one I saw, but I hadn't quite made the connection yet. At first, I thought it must be a plane, but then I noticed the lights weren't flashing, and I couldn't hear anything. Then, it suddenly started to descend, as if it were falling, but it stopped just above the tree line. I pulled over to a gas station so I could watch it, but nothing happened for 15 minutes, so I decided to go home. It was almost a straight shot home. I just needed to take one left turn off the highway. I was about to take that turn when I looked to my right. I saw the bright light again. Instead of continuing home, I changed course to drive straight towards that light and FaceTimed my husband. It was a one-way road that you've got to drive all the way through to get out, so I couldn't change direction once I started following the light, and I was freaking out. It was now right in front of me. I drove too far in, and the trees covered my view. But when I fell back, it was gone. I've also recently watched the 5E documentary before my most recent sighting, and it made me wonder if the reason I saw the light again after so many years was because it had been on my mind, like when I first saw it. The documentary speculates that they can be summoned with our thoughts and consciousness. Before I'd even heard of that theory, I felt like the reason I saw the craft was due to my elevated awareness from watching the light over the lake. The only thing going through my mind were huge amounts of wonder and excitement. This was about 16 years ago. It was just another early morning shift for me at the post office. I was lost in my own thoughts, methodically sorting through the letters and parcels, when something caught my attention from the corner of my eye, just outside the window. I glanced up, expecting to see a stray dog or perhaps a coworker coming in early. But what I saw left me frozen in place, there hovering against a pre-dawn sky, just a few feet off the ground, was a sight that defied explanation. A shining, metallic object, sleek and, for lack of a better word, otherworldly. At the time, it could only be described as looking like something out of a science fiction movie, suspended in the air, emitting this glow. Maybe nowadays people could try to shape their drones like this, but the object, its shape seemed to shift and shimmer. Something I don't even think holographic paint could accomplish. The object seemed to be casting an ethereal glow, unlike anything I'd ever seen in the sky or otherwise. I couldn't tear my eyes away from it. The feeling of awe, the tinge of fear, but mostly the sense of wonder. It was all washing over me, all as I tried to comprehend what I was actually seeing. I was so distracted by its iridescent glow, its sleek and oval shape. How long had I been standing there, transfixed by this seemingly impossible thing, It felt really hard to tell. Time seemed to stand still as I watched the object hang in the air, its presence slightly unsettling yet amazing. I searched frantically for any sort of wires or string, something to indicate that this was fabricated by a human as a joke, a prop, but I came up short and instead found myself just mesmerized by the thing. But as I continued to stare, a deep sense of unease crept over me. I shouldn't be here, repeated in my mind, but it didn't even seem to be my own thought. The sheer impossibility of what was happening, what I was witnessing. It gnawed at my mind as a chill ran down my spine. That's when I realized that moving or simply looking away wasn't that simple. I found myself trying hard, only I couldn't take my eyes away. But my hands, I could move those. I fumbled across the desk with my hands, searching for my phone, desperate to capture some sort of evidence of this object. But as quickly as I'd started moving, and as quickly as it had seemed to appear, it vanished. One moment it was there, a silent but obvious object in the sky, and the next it had vanished without a trace. I felt a surge of disorientation, maybe disbelief, my heart racing in my chest, and for the next hour or so, I had to keep retelling myself what had happened. It was like the memory wanted to disappear, like a dream. The rest of the day, my thoughts were consumed by the encounter. I couldn't shake that feeling that had seized me during those moments, the lingering sense that something unknowable was hovering just beyond the walls of the post office. Days turned into weeks, and then still, to this day, I find myself scanning the skies at every opportunity, half hoping for another glimpse and half dreading the possibility of encountering something again. My name's Alex. I'm 30 years old, and I've done a lot of stupid things for girls. But I'd never gone camping until last weekend when SARA wanted to go. It seemed obvious that certain things would happen if I did, so I gave zero consideration to the fact that I hate being outside. At least it wasn't real camping. SARA mainly wanted to hike the trails during the day, have s'mores in the evening, and sleep in the SUV. In this context, camping didn't seem so bad. She lives in a small town about 45 minutes away from mine, and the campgrounds are about 20 minutes further. So she's been going there her whole life. She didn't tell me the place was supposedly haunted until we were already on the way. But again, I didn't care. I don't believe in ghosts, and if she does, well, that could be its own kind of fun. I just don't think haunted is the right word for that place. When someone says haunted, I tend to think spirits of the dead, but this was, I don't know, but it was something else. The story wasn't even that scary. It's not like it was the site of some ancient battle or mass slaughter. It's not a serial killer's hunting grounds. It's just where a sick man took his family to die. I can't even remember his name. He was the town drunk back in the 70s, and everyone knew he beat his wife and kids, but no one was itching to do anything about it until he took them camping for a weekend, and they all ended up dead. Don't get me wrong, it's tragic and everything, but, I mean, that stuff happens, you know, and if ghosts were real, these definitely would have earned their haunting stripes, but they don't seem life-threatening. I mean, even if they were real, I still wouldn't be afraid of them. Not like I am now. It started off fine. We went on a hike, took pictures, stopped for lunch, and came back. There was just enough light left to get a fire started. I was about 15 to 20 yards into the woods when a pair of footsteps suddenly started walking towards me from the opposite direction. They only took a handful of steps, maybe 5 or 6, but the trees, they were too dense to see more than a few feet ahead. They were unmistakably human, and it was only the one pair. They were moving slow, too, almost like they were stalking something. I couldn't even be sure where they were coming from. The other campsites were too far away for someone to be wandering in between, and none of the hiking trails run through that area. I set my sticks on the ground, imagining what it would be like for some dark figure to suddenly emerge from the overgrown brush. My heart was racing, and the lump in my throat made the outcome seem most inevitable. I was frozen, waiting for it to happen. But then, the footsteps stopped dead in their tracks, and I called out a tentative, "Hello?" The resulting silence stretched into eternity as I waited for a response that never came. Eventually, I wondered if I even heard them in the first place. But I did. I'm sure I did. You don't mistake that sound. I hurried back to camp and did my best to explain what happened. But SARA thought I was trying to scare her. It was full dark by then, and we needed flashlights to get the fire started. But I just wanted to get the hell out of there. Any good feelings I'd accumulated towards camping were quickly drowned out by the certainty of a crazed maniac watching us. We had s'mores, but I was jumpy the whole time, and SARA was beginning to get annoyed until the footsteps. They suddenly returned, just a few feet outside of camp. She didn't think I was being so silly then. It was too dark to see beyond our small perimeter, but the flashlight didn't reveal anything either. I just feel like I need to better describe these footsteps. They were so heavy, almost unnatural. It was like a really big man stomping around, but every few steps, he paused for a couple of seconds, only to return several yards ahead of where he stopped. Like he had the biggest stride in the world, or I don't know. I guess that's why I'm here. I wouldn't be writing this if I was sure of all that happened. When the flashlight didn't reveal any creepers lurking in the bushes, SARA got excited and said it must be ghosts. Suddenly, her belief in the supernatural wasn't so cute anymore. It's hard to focus on that sort of thing when it feels like you're being hunted. After 20 minutes, the steps paused and never started back. Either a ghost had indeed vanished, or a serial killer was crouched in the bushes just inside the tree line, waiting. It was stupid not to leave. If we were sleeping in a tent instead of a locked vehicle, I don't think anything could have made me stay. But SARA had her heart set on it, and as promised, I do stupid shit for girls. By midnight, we were settled into the back of her SUV, and there had been no more disturbances. I'd almost forgotten about the footsteps entirely, but once she fell asleep, they were all I could think about. Then, I heard a muffled cry for help in the distance. I couldn't make out exactly what she said, but the general tone was desperate and terrified. Some things are easily conveyed without words. It made my blood run cold, and SARA was still fast asleep. She didn't stir in the slightest. I debated getting the keys and taking off, but I was frozen in place by the sound of footsteps making their way towards the SUV. They were moving even slower than before, as if trying to be stealthy, but they were just so heavy. I kept telling myself they were going to stop, but this time they didn't. Soon, they were right next to the vehicle, and I kept my eyes on the window, just waiting to see if the shape of a head would appear, while gently shaking SARA. I needed to wake her without making a sound, and I didn't want to do anything that might cause panic. There was no question of a ghost. This was real. It was happening. Someone had been watching us throughout the day, maybe even while we were hiking, and they were biding their time for this moment. I was positive, and I'd had far too much time to contemplate how moronic our deaths would be. Time slowed to a stop, and SARA wasn't waking. The woman would have probably slept through her own murder. I feel like it's okay to make that joke since we made it out alive, but it's also not really a joke, so I don't know. That's beside the point. What little movements I had made came to a complete stop when the sound of metal on metal made my heart stop altogether. It sounded as if someone were walking along the SUV, dragging a knife down the side. Even that didn't wake SARA. It took every ounce of self-control to hold in my scream, but I knew that doing so would only speed up the inevitable. Each second stretched into eternity as the sound made its way towards the passenger window, and I finally saw the shadow I desperately feared. It was even worse than imagined. It didn't even look human. Whatever it was, its head was taller than the window. I saw its wide, hunched shoulders, and the screeching sound of metal was interrupted when its hand transitioned to glass. And I saw it wasn't a knife. It was a long, stick-thin finger, ending in what I could only assume to be a razor-sharp claw. Bile rose into my throat as the stench of rotten eggs filled the air, and I noticed a long crack forming in the window. Its claw was actually cutting the glass. I realized that this thing would have no problem getting inside when it finished toying with us. Maybe it knew that I was awake. Maybe it was just enjoying the hunt like a cat. I don't know, and I don't want to know. I only know I didn't want to get slaughtered by the boogeyman. The creature turned the corner and paused at the back door, just standing there with one claw in the center of the hatch window. Then, slowly, its malformed, disproportionate body turned to face us, and its hand slowly dropped, claw tearing and screeching the whole way down. And I finally snapped. I leapt out of the sleeping bag, threw myself into the driver's seat, and thankfully, the keys were already in the ignition. The moment it cranked, something collided with the back, and SARA finally woke up. I'm thankful I didn't see anything above the shoulders, and that I never looked in the rear view. But the second I hit the brights and punched the gas, SARA screamed in a way that made my blood run colder than it had the whole time we were out there. She doesn't want to talk about it, and I feel bad because we both probably need to, but at the same time, I'm terrified of finding out. Late last night, I was smoking a cigarette on my back deck. The sky was clear, the stars were bright, everything was normal. Then a small, bright green light suddenly shot through the sky and fell to the ground somewhere in the forest behind my house. I couldn't believe my eyes. I stood there wondering how much people paid for meteorites, how hard it would be to break into pieces. I was already thinking about little meteor earrings and keychains, along with what name I would use on Etsy. I thought they'd for sure sell like hotcakes. Once your mind starts adding up pretend money, it gets really easy to explain away any hurdles. That weird green light I saw? That was merely the color of flame that crash-landing space rocks always produce. Nothing more. I'd tell myself. Had it been daytime, or if I hadn't been alone or terrified of the dark forest, I probably would have gone looking for it right that minute. But I decided to wait for morning. I don't have any neighbors, and it was already close to 1 a.m. I saw no risk in letting it cool for a few hours. After making a mental note of the direction it landed, I went inside and excitedly finished preparing for bed. but it was useless. I tossed and turned for almost 2 hours before accepting that I was too excited to sleep. It was almost 4 by then, so I went to make some coffee while scouring eBay and Etsy for other meteorite sellers. Had I thought to do that from the start, I probably would have gotten some sleep. I'm not sure why I believed that prices would be so much higher, but I was way off the mark. It was still worth doing, but it wasn't the cash cow I'd worked myself up to thinking it would be. After finishing my coffee, I placed my mug in the sink and stood looking out the kitchen window for a moment, just lost in thought. It faces the back deck in the spot where I was planning to enter the forest. As I was turning away, I saw movement behind the tree line. It made me realize that I hadn't thought about the fact that I might run into a bear. I tried to locate the source of movement, but it was still too dark to see well. There was only enough light to make out the most basic shapes and shadows through the dense overgrowth, but that was enough. I almost gave up at one point, but thank God I didn't. I still can't think about how close I was to going out there without having a full-blown panic attack. I feel crazy insisting that this thing could have been human, but something was moving through the forest, just on the other side of the tree line. It moved as freely and smoothly as if it had been walking through my backyard. It never stumbled or paused to move around obstructions. It just kept going, as if it were passing straight through the overgrowth. And it was tall. Oh my God, it was so tall. It had to be well over 7 feet, if not more. And thin, too. Unnaturally thin. Had there been more light, I feel like I could have seen every bone in its body. It was definitely walking on 2 legs, and I think it had 2 long arms, but again, it was just too hard to see to be certain. Its flesh, or whatever covers its body, was as white as the bones I should have been able to see. I only saw it from a side profile, but if it had a nose, it was so small you couldn't see it from that angle. It just kept walking, straight past my house without stopping or looking around, and once it was out of sight, I didn't see it again. Of course, I didn't go looking for it either. I knew that no one would believe me. I would sound like a lunatic if I tried to call the police or tell my friends. So I closed all the blinds, didn't leave my house for 3 days. I've lived here for almost 20 years. I've never seen or experienced anything remotely close to this before now. The entire story sounds like the ramblings of a drug addict or the beginning of one losing their mind. But I haven't so much as smoked weed in over 10 years, and I've never touched any other drugs in my life. As far as being senile, well, I'm getting old, but I'm not even 50 yet, so what does that leave? I feel like the creature and the thing falling from the sky, they could have been connected, right? Because what are the odds that they aren't? What are the chances that both impossible things just so happen to occur within a few hours of each other? I hate to actually come out and say it, but the only explanation I can think of is that an alien crashed its ship near my house. However, I would really like if that weren't the case, so any alternative theories would be greatly appreciated. Seriously, any at all. So, first of all, please excuse my ignorance with certain matters, but I'm desperate for answers. I've never really been into scary stuff at all, so I've never browsed these topics, but I'm hoping someone has an idea of what I saw. In case it matters, I'm a 23-year-old female, and I just moved to Oregon 6 months ago. I'm originally from Maine, so obviously that's been an adjustment, but in a good way. I love my new home and job. I've made amazing friends, and I'm dating someone new. But then there's this other thing. Well, first, before you suggest it, you should know that I've never had any mental health issues. I've never been depressed or overly anxious. If anything, I had the most normal, boring life you could possibly imagine, until recently. I live in a semi-wooded but suburban area. I have neighbors, but we have a small stretch of woods between us. We aren't exactly far apart, but we aren't on top of each other either. I decided to plant a few flower beds in a small garden in the backyard, which obviously required spending a significant amount of time outside. It was never a problem to work during the day, but as it grew darker, I would hear something moving around in the woods. It sounded too heavy to be a raccoon or anything like that, so I thought it was one of my neighbors, and that kind of freaked me out, especially since the later it got, the closer it seemed to come. That part really freaked me out, so I started gardening as early as possible, but my work schedule wasn't always very sensitive to this necessity. Even so, I got it done, and my garden grew just fine. The first time I actually laid eyes on the thing making all of this noise was a couple of days before the first tomatoes would be ripe enough to pick. I had been excited about the prospect and, as a result, found myself staring through the patio doors more and more. Except, on this night, something else was back there too. At first, I wasn't sure what I was seeing, so I turned on the floodlights, but then I couldn't believe what I was seeing. In the middle of my backyard was an extremely pale humanoid figure, crouched down on all fours, but it looked to be about the size of a large man. It had no nose, no mouth, but there was a shining green eye in the center of its forehead, with two more on either side of its head. Maybe they weren't eyes, but they were glowing. I've never been so terrified in all of my life. I called 911 and got as far as, "Help, before realizing what I would sound like if I told the truth. Ultimately, I worried they wouldn't send anyone if it sounded like a prank, so I said there was a strange man in a mask crouched in my backyard. I desperately wished for it to be the truth, but I just didn't see how any human's arms could be that long. I hid in a closet until the police arrived. They searched the woods around my house, but whatever I'd seen was gone. The officer said it was probably just a neighborhood kid fooling around, and to call back if I saw anything else. Well, there wasn't anything else until 3 nights later. I was sleeping, but the sound of the squeaking floor began to seep into my dreams, and the long creak of the bedroom door brought me back to reality. I didn't move at first. My mind was too foggy to immediately comprehend the danger behind such sounds, but my eyes soon shot open with the harsh realization, and I screamed at the sight before me. The creature was standing in my doorway, just watching. It didn't move, and neither did I. Aside from being frozen with fear and shock, I also worried it might charge at the first sign of any disturbance. I'm not sure what time it was when this happened, so I can't say for sure how long we stayed like that, but it was almost 4 a.m. when the thing finally left. It backed out into the hallway without ever taking its eyes away from me, and I listened as it made its way out the door. Ever since that night, I've kept everything locked and placed a burglar bar on my sliding glass door. So far, it hasn't gotten back inside, but I've seen it in my yard twice since then. The last time was just 2 nights ago, and I know it's going to keep coming back. I also know I sound like a lunatic, but I have no clue what I should do next. Can anyone help me? My girlfriend and I live in an apartment complex at the edge of our small town in Illinois. Right next to us is a lively wooded area full of coyotes, deer, and lots of birds. Last night at 3 a.m., she went outside to grab a case of water from our car. She heard a girl's voice say, "Hello?" from the woods. She couldn't see, but she replied back with her own confused, "Hello?" Next, the voice asked, "Can somebody help me?" And it gave her the chills. so she ran back inside. Right before she entered the house, she heard it again, only this time it was closer, and it didn't sound like a girl's voice anymore. It didn't even sound real. After having time to think it over, she thought the girl's voice sounded familiar, but she couldn't quite place it. I fully believe her because in the 2 years we've lived here, we've never talked about anything like this. Plus, I saw the shock on her face when she rushed inside. She was also out of breath. I thought she'd seen or heard a gunshot or something. She thinks it was a skinwalker. What do you think? I also read that you're not supposed to interact with it or share your encounter with anyone. Hopefully it'll be okay just to share this one instance if that's really what it is. I grew up in sort of a rural area in Michigan. Not exactly middle of nowhere, just definitely no streetlights, neighbors far apart, that sort of thing. I remember one night I was laying in bed. I was young, probably 7 at the oldest, and I saw lights pierce through my curtains. It was unusual to see. Even at that age, I realized I was seeing something I hadn't seen yet. I remember getting up out of bed and walking toward the window of all places. My house was usually filled with nighttime sounds. The buzz from the TV that was turned on but probably on a black screen by now. Our dogs faintly snoring. Sounds like that. Before the light, you could hear those sounds. And then somehow, the light brought with it a blanket of silence. So yes, I was curious. What was this light? Before reaching the window, it was my mother's voice I could hear. She was saying my name. No, she was screaming it from behind. Suddenly, she's swooping me up, away from the window, away from the light. She ran me through the house, and I could see this bright light shining through every single window, brightest in the living room, as we had a large front window, which sat behind the couch. Our dogs were following in tow. My mother hadn't stopped running me through the house long enough to see anything except for the light. She told me to cover my ears, but I didn't know why. I couldn't hear anything, but she looked like she was in pain. She was holding me, so she couldn't cover her ears. I remember cupping her ears. Eventually, we ended up in the master bathroom. Mother shuts the door, but before doing so, she grabs the corded phone on her nightstand and brings it into the bathroom with us. She's frantically dialing someone, and as she does, I'm drawn to the window just above the shower in her bathroom. The light, it's so intense. For the first time, I can see it's changing colors. It goes from being blinding white to blinding blue, like some sort of police lights, but missing the red. I hear my mom telling someone over the phone that these lights have been surrounding our house for several minutes. She tells whoever that she saw it before the lights came on, and that it was silent and huge. She asks the person, "Can't you hear that? Can you hear that sound?" That's the sound it started making when it turned its lights on. "I can't see it anymore," she says. "Only the lights." My mother's now listening to someone on the other end, to which she responds, "No, it's not a plane," and then asks, "Are you sure you aren't getting any other reports of this? The object, it's huge, and it's incredibly bright. Please, can you have someone just come take a look?" After several moments of back and forth, my mother eventually hangs up the phone. We sit in real silence for several moments. She messes with her ears some more, and I still wonder what she can hear and why I can't hear it too. The phone rings, My mother answers it, and I can tell it's someone familiar, but I wasn't the kid to interrupt while she spoke to someone. She asks over and over, "Yeah, but what is it?" Finally, she says, "But Terry, it's huge, and I could see it before all the lights happened." Terry's my uncle. "A UFO," my mother shrieks. I didn't know the term, and I wouldn't learn it until the following Monday at school. We stayed in the bathroom for what seemed like forever. I remember sitting in the bathtub, looking up at the lights, still bright, still changing. I actually don't remember leaving the bathroom. I do remember when everything went dark, though. I must have fallen asleep because the darkness woke me up. I was now laying in my mother's bed, her laying next to me. She was awake, and she tells me to go back to sleep. Everything's fine. Just a bad dream, she says. It wasn't a dream, though. She said this to try to resolve any unsettling feelings I must have had, but her telling me it was a dream somehow scared me more. I looked at her bedside table. The phone was still stretched all the way to the bathroom. It wasn't a dream. She may have convinced me if I hadn't gone to school Monday and at least 3 other kids having similar tales to tell. Our teacher even referenced the movie E.T. while talking to another teacher. A couple of kids overheard and asked if we could watch the movie. We didn't, but I asked my mom about it. The movie, that is. And even that, she didn't want to talk about. I came to the conclusion at a very young age I saw something wild. Or more so, experienced something wild because all I really saw were bright lights. My mother, on the other hand, saw something far more. Something that she made some sort of silent agreement with herself not to indulge. She passed away in 2009, never really sharing her thoughts on the matter, ignoring it almost entirely. Sometimes, I really do wish I could do the same. Unfortunately, I am forever curious about what goes on up there in the sky. What exactly were those lights? The sound, or the lack of sound? I don't know. I live in an area pretty close to a park and a retirement facility, so my neighborhood is, for the most part, pretty uneventful. It's nice by all accounts. Next door to my building is a large field. Sometimes on the weekends or even in the evenings after work, I see random groups of people playing games of soccer or hosting some sort of team workout event if it's still light out. Outside of those kinds of things, the park is relatively empty. I like to walk there in the mornings, just basically a few laps around the perimeter of the field. At the far end is some woods, and it's just kind of calm. At night, I do sort of avoid it because it's pretty dark. No lighting system around the area besides the buildings. So, a few nights ago, I was out for a late-night walk. I was enjoying the freezing cold that is the winter right now, and the peacefulness of the practically empty but still well-lit streets. I was about to pass the field on my right, heading towards my go-to convenience store, when I noticed a figure in the distance, crouched down. At first, I thought that it was a stray dog, wandering aimlessly in the night, stopping to sniff something. I'd never seen one before, but it seemed possible given its stature. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to approach the dog, cautiously, of course, but as I got closer to the thing, something felt off. The dog seemed to look less like a dog the closer I got, so I stopped moving. Then, it stood upright on its hind legs, its eyes fixated on me. Were they glowing or just really bright colors? I guess I don't know for sure. I just stood, frozen. I was unable to comprehend what I was witnessing. Even now, how do I describe what I saw without it sounding absurd? It's not possible, I don't think. This dog, or whatever this thing was with a dog-shaped head, dog-shaped feet, to my horror, it began to walk backwards a few feet. Then it stopped abruptly, turned its body to the right, and continued walking backwards, into the field and out of view. I'd have to pass whatever the hell this thing was in order to get to my destination, or I could just go home. I recalled its movements. They were unnaturally smooth. I recalled it staring at me. A strange sensation had washed over me. It was as if I had been pulled into a trance. I couldn't move, couldn't escape the gaze of those eyes. It was only a few moments that felt like an eternity. I had already decided that I was going to turn around and go home. It was the obvious choice, and I was making my way when I heard a horrifying howl, more like a guttural, loud growl. It was distant, but not by much. Something told me that something was terribly wrong. Call it instincts, or maybe that's just what deep fear feels like. I picked up my pace and I was running. I don't run, not for exercise, but I booked it like never before. Panic had just kind of taken over. I didn't stop until the growl was completely gone and I was at my own door. I've played the whole series of events in my head 1,000,000 times. I've tried to draw this thing. I've tried to compare it to things that I've seen online, and truly I just have no idea. I'm just insanely curious and a little terrified, wondering, what did I see that night? If anyone knows something or has any ideas, please, I welcome you to shed some light on this new mystery that seems to haunt me all the time now. I work and live in Seattle for about 9 years now. Admittedly, city life can be exhausting, but I'm still a fan of the area. It's easy to get away from the city without going far from it. Usually I try to go hiking and camping several times a month in the summer, and sometimes I bring a few friends along. But this particular weekend, I was out on Bainbridge Island alone, which, for those of you who don't know, is a small island west of Seattle. You can hop on a ferry from the busy city and enter nature's paradise in all of 35 minutes. I wasn't worried about being alone. Done that part many times, and I happen to have spent a good amount of time as a starving artist, so hiking out in the middle of nowhere has kind of become my way of finding inspiration. I always do my best work out there. I mostly draw real things, nature scenes with flowers, trees, insects, and animals. I just want to clarify before I get into my story that I'm not going out there to dream up ghosts or goblins. What I saw the last time, it wasn't my imagination running wild, or too much smoking. Truthfully, I'd never put much thought into the paranormal, or if I believed in any of it. And I put even less thought into aliens. But here, lately, that's all I think about. At first, I lumped them into the same category. Like if I believed in aliens, I had to believe in all the other stuff too. But that's just not true. There's nothing supernatural at all about the concept that there might be other forms of life out there. The universe is literally endless. The number of solar systems in existence is higher than we can reasonably fathom. It seems impossible that we could believe we're alone in such a vast space. Well, I don't really think we are. Not anymore, anyway. It had been a long day, and I'd just settled into my sleeping bag. I wanted to draw a little before going to bed, but a few minutes later, I saw a strange light from the corner of my eye. When I glanced upwards, something that looked like a huge, pale green star was moving across the sky at a high rate of speed. But it had to be something man-made, because the light was blinking. No, pulsating. It passed directly over me and continued until it was almost out of sight. But at the last second, the object stopped and the light became solid. For a moment, I was afraid that something had noticed me and it was going to come back. But then I watched in utter amazement as an identical green light sprang to life. Where there had been only darkness, there were two of them. The lights sat next to each other for a few minutes before they both began blinking and continued on their way, together. I just don't know what could have moved through the sky like that. It was so smooth, so fast. And the way that second one popped up out of nowhere. I can't look up at the sky anymore without wondering if there's more of them up there. I've spent a lot of time reading about other people's experiences with UFOs. And at first, it seemed like no one else in Seattle or Washington were talking about these glowing green orbs. But then I dug deeper. And people have been reporting on orbs for a long time. Maybe they aren't always green, but one that caught my attention was someone in Seattle. They reported seeing something on June 24th, the evening I was out there, and it kind of gave me chills. Quote, pair of iridescent ovals with tendrils and halos travel rapidly at high altitude on southern course across Seattle. Unquote. So I just started searching Bainbridge Island orbs and Seattle orbs, and I got over 286 hits. Things like, quote, 2 glowing reddish, almost see-through orbs flying over the island last night. They stopped in synchronicity mid-flight. Then they continued with immeasurable speed. End quote. Quote, 2 high-flying bright orbs flew over us tonight. Anyone else see those? End quote. And then I found something I'd missed in my initial search for green. Quote, very pretty, bright, lime green, spherical objects moving very fast, in tandem. Sea Bridge Ferry Terminal, halfway across Puget Sound. Look to my right, facing south, to determine ferry's location en route. I observed 2 lights in the night sky, 50 degrees above horizon. 2 lights in formation, stationary. They mirrored the movements of one another, slowly bobbing back and forth, up and down. Became still for only seconds. Then, one sphere shot off onto the direction of the island, while the other remained still for a few seconds before proceeding to do the same. Both spheres appeared and disappeared within seconds. End quote. Could be related, could be absolutely unrelated. Either way, I haven't been able to stop researching, basically. But I don't love everything I read, meaning I don't know how I feel about the different alien races like the Greys, the tall whites, or any of those. But I don't think the concept of other species is all that far-fetched of an idea, and that's kind of unsettling. Even if what I saw wasn't a UFO, I still think there's a good chance that some people have had genuine encounters. I wouldn't be surprised if the world's governments really were covering up their existence. If these races already have the technology to freely travel through space and study other planets, just think about what their weapons can do. They probably have resources we haven't even dreamed of yet. Really gives you something to think about, doesn't it? My friends and I were hanging out at the park after dark, smoking some Mary J. Everything was going just fine and dandy until the topic of folk tales and such came up. We were talking about Bigfoot, Mothman, etc. I decided to bring up a couple of creatures from indigenous mythology. I don't even want to type the name at this point, because I learned that night saying their name can summon them. My friends and I refer to it now as a Winnebago to avoid any consequences. Talking about the creature at a park after sundown was a stupid-ass decision. I can't say for sure that it was what I thought it was, but it was terrifying either way. After we brought it up, the coyotes in the woods surrounding the park started going nuts. I mean, you could hear them running around, howling, just going crazy. It made me uneasy, for sure, but I wasn't really worried just yet. We changed the subject and kept trying to chill, despite the noise. However, the coyotes were soon drowned out by some kind of wail. We had no idea what it was, but it just wasn't human. We knew that much. It was the kind of noise that chilled you to the bone, and you just knew something was horribly wrong. It was about then that we realized we fucked up. We're not complete and total idiots. We know what to do if you ever encounter something like this. It doesn't mean I wasn't terrified. We knew we had to get out of there, but we couldn't just run for it. That would be a mistake. Basically, the advice we'd been given was, if you heard something, no, you didn't, and you don't act like you did. Don't run, walk. Don't talk about it. Just act calm and change the subject. So that's what we did our best to do as we tried to calmly walk to my car. By the way, we'd stopped smoking long before this point, so I was okay to drive. The wailing, it only got louder though. It's really hard to try to keep the conversation about TikTok or whatever the fuck we talked about on the walk over there. I don't even remember. The walk wasn't that short either. We started getting closer when I started hearing a drum beat. Just the random single hit of a hand drum. There wasn't anything around that I could see that could be making either of the noises. We managed to get in the car and out of the park. The wailing eventually faded out. When I thought we were safe, I brought up the drum beats and how much they freaked me out. As we were talking, we slowly started hearing the wails again. This is when we promptly agreed to shut the hell up, and none of us spoke a word for the rest of the night. Moral of the story: don't talk about Winnebagos, especially if you're at a park at night. And don't talk about flesh pedestrians either. I've heard they're just as terrifying. I'm not going to claim that I know what I saw 100%, but in 2016, while backpacking through Three Sisters, Oregon, my fiance and I definitely experienced something incredible. Incredible, but fucking terrifying. The trip we'd planned was likely to take us more than 4 days, so we planned for a safe 6. We started at the Obsidian Trailhead, one that you need a permit for, so often it's less busy, but guaranteed parking and camping. North End is where we wanted to spend a good deal of our time. But we'd gotten a somewhat late start, so we knew we'd end up camping before we made it that far, so this trailhead was best. A little over an hour before sunset, we picked a spot near Hand Lake. Not too hidden, but off the trail enough to not be in the way. Almost as soon as we set up camp, we both decided to explore immediately around us. We'd absolutely picked a beautiful spot. To the east of our tent was a gorgeous open valley, which would make for an amazing sunrise. Then to the west were valleys of dense forest. While walking near the edge of the forest, maybe 25 feet from our tent, I noticed large clumps of what I thought initially was dead grass or dead pine needles. I asked my fiancé what he thought these clumps were. After a bit of silence, he says he doesn't know, but I watch as he picks one up and then immediately drops it. He has a disgusted look on his face and he's practically gagging. More nervous now, I ask him, "What is it?" Uncomfortably, he says, "It's fur, and it fucking stinks." Neither of us said much, but later I'd learned that we both considered moving our tent at that point, but sundown was maybe 20 minutes away. We'd never be able to make a move before sundown. Besides, within just a few moments, we were distracted by a little chipmunk family, and we started to really enjoy the sereneness of it all. It was like we had the whole valley to ourselves. The sun officially started to set, so we decided before we laid our heads down, we would use nature's bathroom. I didn't want to wander too far away from my fiancé, but we joked about being far enough as to not accidentally pee on each other. The mood was light. Then, it wasn't. I'd had to shush myself because I was still laughing to myself about earlier, but something compelled me to stop making noise. And when I did, it sounded like something heavy and large was making their way through the trees behind me. Before panicking, I remembered my fiancé was a bit behind me, or to the right of me. Maybe he was finding a new spot. But this didn't sound like my fiancé. It was heavier, and its footing, it seemed slow. I knew something was off about these steps, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I finished my business, and as I stood up, I could see my fiancé. He was in front of me, not behind me. And he didn't look good. He looked white as a ghost. Instinctually, I turn around quickly, expecting to see something, but I don't. My fiancé grabs my hand and we start walking quickly back to the camp. He pulls me in, whispering, "Something's out there. A bear? I don't know." It was tall and big, really big. Bears weren't impossible, but they were rare. We weren't quite to our tent when we heard something thunderous. It was the sound of a large tree or tree limb smashing to the ground, crashing in half, and falling hard just behind where we previously were. We stop in place. We duck behind a large rock surrounded by bushes. Despite being curious, I'm burying my head in my fiancé's arms as to try to get a grip and calm myself down. As I pull my eyes away and out into the world, I can see a large looming creature. It's a distance away, but it towers over in a way that I can see its back. Not a bear. Still furry. So, an animal. There's no way this thing is on 4 legs. Far too tall. I realize the sounds haven't stopped. Large tree limbs snapping, but also being quickly picked up, followed by sounds of being dragged. We can see above us, tree limbs in the distance. They're falling and rising again with heavy thuds, and you can hear a sort of whip or whoosh in the air. The figure, creature, got closer to us at one point, and I made the mistake of breathing. It took everything not to gag at the smell emanating from the other side of the bushes. Some sort of mixture between actual hot garbage and cow manure. I clenched my teeth so hard I could hear the grind, but I was just trying to stop breathing. At this point, not moving wasn't a problem. I was frozen, not even in the traditional sense. This was a sort of trance. It was almost calming, yet I knew it wasn't natural. What I couldn't do in that moment was look at my fiancé. I wasn't able to move my head or my body at all. At some point, the footsteps, the dragging of tree limbs, it all started to sound much further away. A shadow was no longer showing itself, and the creature itself was no longer visible from inside the bushes. I was suddenly moving my head and my limbs around, just to ensure that they still worked. They did. Still, we waited for a while. We stayed in the bushes long enough for the sun to set entirely, and then some. Finally, we decided to go back to our tent, slightly unprepared. The area was incredibly dark, and we'd only grabbed 2 small headlamps before making our initial quick walk around the area. We struggled to make it back without looking over our shoulders every couple moments. Once back, we realized how unfortunate it was to be in one of the areas which didn't allow for small campfires. It emphasized just how dark and just how alone we really were. Feeling a bit helpless, we dug out a few lanterns. We were stuck with only their weak glow as we got ourselves ready to try and sleep. Eating was entirely out of the question, as that smell lingered in my nostril for what felt like hours. We wouldn't get much sleep that night. We decided the rest of our trip we would stick with crowds or groups of people, or at least with camping. We'd try not to do it solo. We re-examined the clumps of fur from the previous day as we packed up the following morning. My fiancé eventually made a joke about how we should have bagged it up and had it tested. I told him that if he were to touch it again, the wedding was off. Somehow, we managed to have a light-hearted morning, but we would both later admit that we were pretty fucking terrified the entire trip. We'd only tried to make the best of it for each other. So, what do you think? Did we run into Bigfoot himself? Or a very stinky, very strange bear? I don't know. Help me out here. Again, this was Three Sisters, Oregon, in the Deschutes National Forest. Thanks for listening. We used to always go camping in the spring, my brother and I. We could get away with it because we grew up in Southern California, so it's basically always camping weather. Used to. The past tense being that my brother's not around anymore. He's since died. He died in all of this COVID stuff, actually. He just needed some treatments, Things he couldn't be getting for a while there. Vital stuff, you start to see that. Just a little too late. Well, I'm pushing 50, and he was about 6 years older than me. We weren't exactly going camping regularly when he passed anyhow. But when we were, our only rule was a new place every year. Plenty of places for us to set up for a few days. Plenty of places where we didn't really need to hit the same spot twice. Too much to see or whatever. We'd either go northeast towards Big Bear or just south a little bit towards Cleveland National Forest. Well, this particular year, we camped inside of Joshua Tree Park. We'd been in the area before, just an entirely different area of the park. This area was Indian Cove Campground. Real nice place. Not sure if it's still the case on account of us never going back. The whole place is right off one of the main highways into the park, and Joshua Tree in this area resembles a desert. There aren't a lot of trees around in this area, so this wasn't us in the middle of the forest. Essentially, it's a cove of rock formations. Where we set up was in the middle of the camp, the rocks forming a sort of horseshoe around us. A small hike up and around the rocks would take you to the restrooms. Honestly, it's one of the less secluded areas that we'd ever been to, yet somehow it still managed to be the only place that's ever actually scared us. After setting up, we hiked for quite some time, going the distance and tiring ourselves out pretty good before the sun started making its way down. As we headed back to camp, I thought it was just me feeling a little strange, until my brother piped up from behind me. "What is that, you think? That sound?" I hadn't been hearing any sounds. It just felt like someone was near us, like we were being watched. I told him, "I don't hear anything, but let's pick up our pace." It wasn't but maybe 10 seconds that had passed when I hear something. It sounded like someone was above us, like maybe walking on the rocks or scaling them. In a few places, the trails dipped behind these rock formations, and I started feeling paranoid that someone was trying to keep themselves concealed behind them. My brother, on the other hand, took the noise to mean that there was just another hiker. Oh, that's not the sound I heard earlier. That sounds like someone's hiking. We were both wrong. As we got closer to the end of the trail, where the other trail eventually feeds into it, it was pretty clear that there were no other hikers. I walked down the trail just a little bit, behind the rock wall. My brother was confused, asking me why I was heading that way. I told him I don't like the idea of someone hiding out here so close to our camp. But next, he made a good point. The sun was going down quickly, and within a few minutes, we'd be out here in the dark, with no light source. We decide that we'll go back to the campsite, grab some flashlights, and come back just to be sure no one was hiding away. Back at the campsite, it was dark now. We'd set up some lanterns and took a flashlight with us to check the rocks. Before approaching the entrance of the trail, I heard something moving from above us. My brother does too, and we point our lights up, but we see nothing. I should clarify, my brother and I walking around the park after sundown, it's frowned upon. I started to feel a bit goofy though, searching for who knows what. And then we heard it again. It sounded like something was scaling the rock wall. But these weren't the kind of rocks that you could just climb. They were smooth and rounded in a way that would offer zero grip. And the sound, it didn't just happen and stop like before. It kept going. And now, standing at the entrance of the trail, the sound echoed. It was blatantly obvious. We looked at each other. His face shows me that we are still hearing the same sound. Our flashlights were now wildly bouncing around. We would have expected to at least see an animal, but there was nothing. Just the sound of something large, scaling the rocks. Then, our flashlight catches the glimpse of something. It's only for a moment, but it's enough to end the search and send us running in the other direction. What we saw, it was something long, pale, skinny. It was almost transparent. It was a limb of some kind. It was unclear if it was an arm or a leg or what, but it definitely wasn't human. We ran. I kept looking back. I saw nothing, but we both heard a screech. A loud one. And look, I've got nothing to compare the screech to. I've heard screeching owls. I've heard bats, big cats, coyotes, people, tires, all the screeching things, and nothing has ever come close to what we heard. We didn't stay about another 10 minutes, packed up our gear, and decided to head back south, home. We'd make up for it about a month later, camping elsewhere. But at the time, there was nothing we wanted more than to just go home. We hardly even spoke until we'd been on the road for about an hour. Even then, we were silent with our theories for several years. No idea what we saw that night, but it was enough to send 2 grown men running. So, I don't think I'd choose to encounter or mess with that thing again. Any idea what we saw all those years ago? Has anyone else ever had strange experiences at Joshua Tree? So I've got a lot of vivid memories as a child. Most of them are places I went that I won't forget. Disney World is one of those places. Also, my parents took me and my little brother to the landmark Forest Adventure Park when I was about 7 or 8. That one's in Scotland, which is where my family split their time until I was about in the 3rd grade, and that's when we moved to Long Island permanently. Just before our last visit to Scotland, at least the last one which I was a child, I have another vivid memory. This one's not as tangible as a theme park, though. It's a bit fantastic. But I'd still seen it with my own eyes, and I still remember it. My father had been busy getting things in order for the big trip, so my mother took me and my little brother to the beach near our temporary home. The area was incredibly beautiful, and Mother even told us that we might see dolphins out there. To get to the beach, it was a small hike. You couldn't just drive your car down there. It may sound odd, but my mother allowed me to run ahead of her and my little brother for a bit. But I grew up next to the ocean, and we spent a great deal of time outside with both my mother and father. My younger brother stayed behind and walked with my mother as I ran ahead. I was picking up rocks, looking at every tree, and I was already eyeing the ground for any lost seashells. I was the first one to hit the shore. I knew I could run up to it and even go in for a bit if I wanted to, as long as I could still touch the bottom and my mother could see me go in. I opted to stay out of the water, and I was combing the shore for seashells. I saw this stack of rocks that was calling my name. I yelled to my mom that I wanted to check out the cluster of rocks further down the beach. She waved me on, and so I went. As I reached the rocks, I climbed over a few smaller ones to get a good viewpoint from the larger one. I was surprised when I reached the place to climb to the larger rock, and I saw a boy. He was probably my younger brother's age because he was just so small, but he didn't look like anyone I'd ever seen in my life. Being a friendly child, I asked the boy what he was doing over here. Had he found any seashells? The boy didn't speak. He smiled, and then suddenly he brandished a few seashells before handing them to me. Surprised, I held out my small carrier I'd brought to hold shells, a small tin lunchbox. As he placed them in the tin, I couldn't help but notice how pale his skin was. Truly, his skin was more blue, almost matching the color of the water itself. His hair looked to be made of something slimy and green. Possibly it was just seaweed stuck in his hair. I couldn't be sure. It was so strange. I still can't be sure. I thanked the boy, and he still said nothing. As I looked into his eyes, I couldn't help but notice that they were rather dark. Just black circles, really, as if he only had pupils. I started to feel a little bit uneasy about what I was seeing, but I knew it wasn't kind to react to the way people look, so I thanked the boy again, and just as I was going to hop down, he jumped into the water. He seemed to be down there for a long time, so long I almost left to grab help, but he surfaced. He climbed the rocks with some sort of ease that I didn't even know was possible. He handed me 3 more shells. He stared into my eyes, but he said nothing. I was uneasy again. I started to thank the boy again and again, but I couldn't stay. I couldn't watch him do that again. It didn't feel like I should stay. I hopped down from the rocks, and it wasn't until I was walking away that the boy said something. But the voice wasn't what I expected, and he wasn't speaking English. I stopped and turned around. I looked up, and there was what looked like the tail end of a seal, and then that disappeared into the water. I could hear a splash. Curious, I started to head back over to the rocks, but my mother called for me, telling me it was time to meet my father. As I was walking back, I told my mother about the blue boy by the rocks and the seal. She told me that she had watched me the whole time. She hadn't seen a boy or a seal. I insisted there was, even asking her to go look, but she dismissed this, saying we needed to meet my father. Sure, I had an active imagination as a kid, what kid doesn't, but I know the difference between the things I invented and the things that, honestly, my mind couldn't even begin to invent at that age. I don't know. I've always been a bit into mythology, but I don't think that even started until after this experience, when I'd casually searched for answers throughout my life. I've read about certain fae that exist close to water, especially in areas of Scotland and all throughout the UK. Selkies. I don't know a lot about them, but I know that others have claimed to see the creatures as well. People describe them in different ways. Many say that they have a sort of naughty nature, meaning they like the idea of luring humans to their death. Others say that they're simply creatures who can take on the form of a seal and a human, and that they typically only show themselves to children. I suppose it could have been just a strange-looking boy, but he was awfully good at swimming and climbing. And that hair, I can't forget how strange his hair was. To this day, my mother claims I was seeing things. But what's so silly about that is I had never just seen anything before. So, what do you think? Did I encounter a Selkie? Alright, so everybody with knowledge of cryptids. I'm hunting for information on a cryptid that I'm not sure has been marked down yet. There have been multiple sightings in my small town of Merrill, Michigan, something of which doesn't match a single cryptid I've read about, not yet, and I've read about a lot. I personally have not seen it, so I'm sorry for breaking that rule, but I have 3 witnesses that I would put my life on, and I really want to know what this thing is. The first witness is my uncle, and he's the main reason that I'm on this hunt. When he was young, he used to take night walks in the neighborhood woods, right before sunrise, as long as it was dark enough so the neighbors could see him. He would take a very dim flashlight with him on purpose, and if he thought someone saw him or was following him, he'd put his hand over it and hide in the woods' darkness. He claimed the main things that scared him were the raccoons and opossums. He never had problems with people on his walks, but he still knew the risk of trespassing. Though his story isn't very exciting, he got the best view of the creature out of all 3 witnesses, claiming that it only stood a few feet tall, and that it had legs bent backwards with large, fly-like eyes, and the rest of it looked like a kangaroo or monkey hybrid. There are many cryptids that are close in visuals, but none of them have this thick hair and big eyes like this one had. I showed him a drawing of other look-alike cryptids. He's dismissed every one of them. He claimed that he was walking out of the woods just as it was getting brighter. The sky was gray and the woods still dark from the trees, but the road was almost visible down the whole mile. On his way across the road back to the house, he saw that thing a little ways down the road. It's said to have crossed the road in 2 steps, despite being short, and disappearing into the woods my uncle had just exited. The second witness is deceased now. He was a natural conspiracist, so it came as no surprise when I heard this story years ago. Though his description was less valuable, I have the belief that this was the same cryptid. A couple of miles from the first incident, this man said that he had seen a small, ape-like figure, and that it jumped almost to the top of the trees. This is the least resourceful sighting, because I cannot ask the man to answer anything he left out, or to give more info. This is all I have for this sighting. The third is my grandma's good friend, Sylvia, from a state away. Every 4th of July, they park a camper in my grandma's yard and stay for a week or 2 to visit all the friends and family they left behind when they moved out of state. Keep in mind, these folk have never seen or even heard the stories about this creature. And for this story, I was in the house when it happened. Sylvia's husband had a few beers with my grandparents. There's a big tree on the side of a barely used road, and he walked over to it to use the bathroom. As he was peeing on this tree, he noticed the same big black bug eyes that my uncle had seen. It was staring him down from the tree line across the road. And as soon as he focused on it, the cryptid backed up into the brush and was gone. Me and my uncle freaked out about this, as you would, because it had been 6 years or so since someone that we knew spotted the thing. As crazy as it sounds, me and my whole family believe and know this creature to be real. We've even narrowed down where it possibly calls home, based on how far the sightings go. Sorry for the long and many paragraph story, but if you have any idea what might be lurking around mid-Michigan, please leave a name of a cryptid or description, drawing. My family and me all want to know what so many of us have seen. Any ideas? I feel like now that I'm growing up, I'm starting to feel the gravity of many things that happen and have happened around me. Being a curious person, I like to investigate things, like to make my own theories around them. Yesterday morning, I started having this conversation with my mom about my theories on what dreams actually are and what science says about it. In the midst of that conversation, I suddenly recalled an incident that happened with her many years ago. My mom is not the type of person who likes to make things up. She's also so skeptical of superstitions. I, and only I, know that if she claims to have seen something with her own eyes, something which freaked her out and almost froze her to death, she's speaking the truth. It happened 12 years ago. My family was going through a financial crisis, and we used to live in my maternal grandmother's house back then. Recently, a thief had also been sighted in the house, who ran away in a panic because of the fear of being caught. Many scary things were happening, and we were damn serious toward all of them, as they were causing our family a lot of stress. I didn't get to know exactly when and how, but one evening, my mom told my grandma that she saw a hairy demon in the bathroom, and she almost froze to death seeing that. As I was a stupid 11-year-old kid back then, I took it as a funny horror story. I let it be. When I recalled this incident yesterday, I decided to ask about the details to my mom, so I asked her to explain what was the appearance of that thing, actually. She told me that it was sitting on the floor in our bathroom. She said that it looked like an early man. Told me it was so gigantic that when it stood up on its legs, he easily reached the ceiling. As she froze and started screaming for help to my dad, this creature took only a couple of very, very long strides and disappeared. She says she doesn't recall much details from how this thing actually disappeared. I asked her why she calls this thing a demon. She said that because that's what her first guess was. I asked, "So you mean it looked like a caveman?" She said, "No, it wasn't a man or a human in the first place." "A beast?" I asked. She said yes. She said it had very long hair all over its body, that the hair had a soil-like color. Immediately my brain said, "Bigfoot?" Then I Googled Bigfoot and showed her the images. She said that it very much resembled the appearance in those images. I was shocked to hear that. The thing is, I'm from India. Nobody has ever heard of a Bigfoot in India, let alone in an urban environment. And that, too, in one's bathroom. As weird and illogical as this incident sounds, it really happened. My mom rarely believes in things like these, and she's always very serious towards life. She's never been attention-seeking or something. This incident has never helped her in any way. In fact, she was facing so many more challenges in life that this incident was a fresh wound on already wounded skin. So, what do you guys think of this incident? How can one see a Bigfoot-like creature in one's own home, which then disappears and is never seen again? Could it be something else? Also, there's a little incident about how my grandma saw it too, around the same time. But I'll stop here. Last year, I lived in a furnished apartment across town for almost 6 months while waiting for repairs to be completed in my actual apartment building. There wasn't very many people living in my building at the time, so only a few of these units were occupied by people from my same building. The rest were just residents who lived there full-time. The apartment itself was more like a studio, so a little smaller than I was used to, but it was really nice and really clean. I actually started to quite enjoy the space while I was there. It sat up against a greenbelt or a wetland of some kind. You could hear a constant stream of water. There was a small balcony where you could sit maybe 2 people comfortably, so I liked to sit out there during the hot summer nights. You could hear the nature over the sound of traffic in this spot, thanks to that stream. During the day, you would hear birds, small critters, you'd see deer. In the night, it was the sound of owls, coyotes, but also a symphony of sounds created by the various bugs and frogs that occupied the wetland. Part of me didn't want to leave this place, but this is early in, maybe 2 months. When the fall started to approach, things changed. I mean, technically for me, everything changed. I can't even think about the woods the same, let alone see them without wondering, is that thing in there? It was just after Labor Day, the first cool day that we'd had since June. It finally felt decent inside, but it felt even better outside with the breeze. I remember thinking that the moon looked exceptionally large that night. Beautiful, but larger than life, and acting as a giant nightlight for the evening. When I recall what happens next, it feels like my eyes were temporarily closed. I was listening to the sounds. They were soothing, until they went mute. Aside from the stream, everything went quiet at the same time. I opened my eyes and looked towards the green belt. I wondered why the sound had suddenly ceased, but I couldn't explain it. Then, just as I thought I'd give it no more thought, a loud wailing began. I'd never heard anything like this in real life, and as much as I wanted to blame it on a neighbor's loud television or their idea of a joke, I knew the sound came from outside. It came from the very green belt I was so fond of. A moment later, I heard the balcony door to my left open, and I saw a man lean over. He was from my original building, a guy named Sam, who was about 27, like myself. He asked if I'd heard that noise, and if I thought it sounded like a scream. I told him I'd never heard anything like that. If it was a scream, what was screaming like that? He was about to say something when the loud wailing sounded again, absolutely closer this time. It was the only sound I could hear, and I had a bad feeling about it. I didn't hear Sam go inside, but he was gone when I had the nerve to peek over the side and whisper his name. I was alone out there, and so I decided to stand up and slowly make my way inside. But when I did, I saw more of the green belt. I saw something larger than anything I'd ever seen, not just in this area, but in the woods in general. Sure, I don't go backpacking every weekend, but I'm familiar with the wildlife in my state. In this area, this thing stood as tall as some of the young trees, but its girth, it could have taken those trees from their roots. I couldn't tell if the thing had fur. I didn't know if it was a giant human or I don't know, but I eventually saw it see me. Before, I couldn't be sure where it was facing, but the presence of 2 glowing red eyes suddenly appeared where this thing's head should be. I felt legitimately frozen. I knew if I really tried, I could likely move or even look away, but it was like I couldn't try too hard, or wouldn't. The strange sensation of being terrified, yet not trying to move. I couldn't understand it, even as I was doing it. I remember thinking, where's the moon's brightness? Why won't it show me what I'm looking at? The longer I stared, the more everything sort of dispersed. Everything besides these two red eyes, or whatever they were. Then I didn't feel those things anymore. And even though I can still remember as much detail as I provided here, I still feel like I'm missing something. Like, I don't remember the eyes going away. I don't understand what happened, and I don't understand what I saw. I just know from then on I was eager to get back to my apartment. Well-lit streets, busy sounds of traffic. I suddenly missed the view of the theater from my apartment building. The neon sign used to sort of bother me, but after that moment, I longed for the light. So, I guess I'm just one of those people who's of the personal opinion that there are strange things in the woods, and it's probably not just here in the Pacific Northwest. The weatherman warned of an approaching storm on the evening news, but the rain had already made its way to where I lived. It was Thanksgiving night. My brother and his friends were at the school playing 4-on-4 football on the practice field behind the gym. Our mother made my brother take me with them, so he begrudgingly made me the ref. I sat on the sidelines and watched them toss the ball around for a little over an hour. As the field grew darker and the football became more difficult to see, my brother's team wanted to finish their last drive before calling it a game. It was 3rd down for them, trailing by a field goal. My brother insisted they finish. So the 8 boys line back up, and the cold pigskin briefly brushes against the frozen grass before being fired backwards into my brother's hands. He steps back and launches the first pass, sailing over his receiver's head. 4th down, last play. Again, the ball gets snapped into my brother's hands, and he steps back for another Hail Mary and sends it flying. But just as it's about to reach its peak, before the arch, boom, it strikes something almost completely invisible, sitting idle in the sky. The ball plummets straight down from the impact point. All of us just stood there staring at this object, barely visible and completely silent, aside from the metallic thunk from the football. The only way to follow it with your eyes would be to focus and watch the stars disappear and reappear behind it as it flew by. I saw my brother pick up the ball and drop it. It stunk like sulfur, and the smell transferred to his hands when he picked it up. No one else attempted to pick it up, but we could all smell the smell. It wasn't long after that we decided to get the hell out of there. It started as a quick walk in the direction we came, towards our house, and that transitioned into running in a matter of seconds. Call it a knee-jerk reaction, but once we reached the front steps of our house, we all started laughing. Well, not everyone. My brother was just staring at the sky. After several moments of catching our breath, laughing and not laughing, my brother grabs my arm and says, "We gotta go inside. You all should too. Bye, guys." And he rushes us inside, closing the door on his friends. I wish there was a little more to the story, but the rest of the night, my brother just made us stay inside. My parents couldn't understand why he was paranoid, and my father, mostly upset that we'd lost a perfectly good football, asking why we couldn't just be honest about what happened. Of course, we were being honest. You expect your parents to just believe you when you lie, believe you when you tell the truth. They should just believe you. But our parents just didn't. They didn't believe anything they couldn't see for themselves, apparently. My brother is still a bit sour at this point. He knows what we saw. He knows that there was more to see if my parents would just listen and even go look at the football. They refused. My brother remains convinced of this stuff. UFOs, aliens, but he also seems a bit hesitant to talk about it, saying that the older he gets, the less he feels like putting himself out there, whatever that means. It shows as him being interested, being a believer, but never wanting to personally put himself, his story, our story, in the mix. I don't know. Has anyone else ever experienced something like this? Where I'm from, winters are killer. You can't and shouldn't leave your animals outside without some sort of heat intervention. My cat was strictly an indoor cat, little orange and white Persian with lots of health issues. Had no business being outside. Eddie. But Eddie sometimes would try to escape. He'd never gotten far, but it was always scary for me as a kid. One night in the winter, I hear Eddie's little meow. It sounds like he's right outside the back door, which is not okay. We lived in a pretty rural area, lots of trees, not a lot of neighbors, not a lot of cats. Naturally, I can't mimic the meow perfectly, especially in writing, but I can tell you, Eddie's meow was unique. I went to the back door to let him inside, but he wasn't immediately right there. I called to my parents asking if they heard Eddie. Everyone goes quiet, and we hear him again, still sounding like he's right outside the back door. I quickly open it again, but again, no kitty. My mom walks over, and while looking through the glass, she says, "How did he get all the way out there?" She's pointing at a spot near a pile of wood, outside the back door a bit. Sure enough, there he is, sitting, staring at us. My mom's telling me to go ahead and grab him. I hear what she's saying. I start to, but I can't bring myself to fully walk outside. There's something off about Eddie. Cat's eyes often do that reflective thing, but these eyes, they weren't reflective at all. Just black and blank. To both recognize him and also not at all recognize him left me feeling awful. I was filled with a sort of dread that up to that point I'd never felt. I looked at my mom to see what she was doing, but she'd already walked away and was sitting on the couch. So it was just me and this Eddie wannabe, staring at each other. I felt this chill throughout my whole body as I watched this thing open its mouth and let out a noise that was not a meow. The noise wasn't a scream. It wasn't overpowering, but it was completely unnatural. Think about the sound a radio makes when scanning the stations. It was like static. It kept its mouth open, making this sound for I don't know how long. But my focus was broken when I heard my parents say my name in unison, as though they'd been trying to get my attention. It was followed by, "Close the door, please." Without thinking, I just slammed the door. But what if that was Eddie? So I open it, and I say, "What about Eddie?" Both my parents just give me a look. Then they tell me to shut it because if I don't, I'm going to let him out again. Eddie wannabe is outside. I can see him. But real Eddie is standing behind me at the bottom of the stairs, looking at me. And he is the real Eddie. I look back to see what the wannabe is doing now, but he's officially disappeared. The only thing I know for sure is that I absolutely saw wannabe Eddie. So did my mom. She just maybe didn't understand what happened because she walked away. I think Eddie was inside all along. I think something really wanted me, or someone, to think that it was Eddie. What I'm not sure about is what it was, or what could have happened if I had left the house. Safe to say, I kept an even closer eye on my Eddie after that. And I never saw the wannabe again. So, I saw something tonight in the sky I can't wrap my head around. I was standing out in my driveway, smoking a cigarette, talking to my girlfriend on the phone, when I noticed 3 lights clustered in the sky, 2 red and 1 bright blue. Didn't think much about it because I live near an airport. I just thought that it was a plane or something. And then I realized it wasn't moving, and there was no sound. I said something about it to my girlfriend, who cracked a joke about, if it's aliens, you're not allowed to get abducted while you're on the phone with me. Then, suddenly, the object moved in a very fast line for about 2 seconds, paused, then raced off in another direction, and went behind the tree line and out of view, but only for a few seconds, then zipped back into view and remained stationary for a few more seconds, maybe a minute, then began moving rapidly, before finally going behind the tree line, and it didn't reappear. I have no idea what it was. A drone, maybe. I do live a few hours from an Air Force base, so maybe an experimental military craft. As much as I would love for it to be aliens, I'm skeptical and rational enough not to rush to any conclusions, but what are your thoughts? Update. So, I saw it again. Same thing. 3 lights in the sky. So I sort of followed it to see if I could confirm maybe it was a drone. As I followed it, I realized it was far away. Much too far for a drone. Much too quiet for an airplane. Its rapid movements were unsettling, to say the least. I was tempted to call my girlfriend, but was pretty sure this was just a joke to her. I'm not saying it's anything serious, but it's not normal. I've just got to know. Has anyone else seen these lights? What are they? In '98, I was 10 and living with my family in Illinois. Dad moved us there after Mom died, and he remained a few years later. At the time this story took place, it was just the 3 of us and my baby sister. We had a nice house in a nice neighborhood. The backyard was closed in by an 8-foot privacy fence, and we had a large metal shed in the middle. One night, around 11 p.m., my dad and stepmom were watching TV in their room. The baby was sleeping in the nursery, and I was playing Nintendo 64 in my room. The master bedroom had sliding doors to a balcony which overlooked the backyard, and from bed, Dad could see out of them perfectly. My window also faced the same direction, and I could also see mine from where I sat playing. Suddenly, a bright purple flash illuminated the sky. It looked exactly like lightning. If nothing would have happened afterwards, there would have been no question that's exactly what it was. My window was cracked open, and worried about rain, I paused my game to close it. But as I got closer, a new light appeared out of the darkness. It was like a new star appeared, except this one was much brighter and had an almost purple tint to it. The light was only solid for a single instant, then it began to flicker and move in a distressed pattern. I'm not sure how else to describe this part. It was kind of like a bug that had a bad wing. You know how it kind of spirals as it slowly descends until it finally crashes? It was oddly identical to that, only the descent was much faster. I would lose sight of it when the light flickered off, but then it would reveal itself with another flash. When it was low enough to see the shape, it reminded me of a large egg laying on its side. It wasn't very big. I doubt a grown man could have fit inside, maybe a woman or a child. That was about the time I realized it was going to crash really close to us, and I ran upstairs for my dad. He and my stepmom were watching from their balcony. I started to ask him what it was, but when he turned towards me, I saw how frightened he looked. He sent me downstairs to lock my window and check the others while my stepmom got my sister from the nursery. I had gotten too scared and ran before seeing where it actually landed, but when I locked my window, I saw one last flash of light flicker behind the shed. Then there was a bang that sounded like a gunshot. I didn't even check the other windows or doors. I just ran back upstairs where my sister was now asleep in her car seat inside the master closet. All the lights were off, and my stepmom was watching out the balcony door while on the phone with 911. Dad was loading his shotgun and, without looking up, told me to get in the closet with my sister. I didn't want to, but I had never heard him use that tone before. I got into the closet without saying a word and crawled beneath a pile of clothes. I know it sounds horrible, but I was still jealous of having a new baby in the house. Part of me hoped that whatever came would just take her and not notice me. I'm not sure how long I had been there when I heard my stepmom scream, but Dad shushed her right away. And I didn't hear another sound until they got us out of the closet hours later. I'm not sure how long we were actually there, but it wasn't daylight yet. I was told that a weather balloon had landed behind our shed, and then the police came to take it away. But I never believed that story. I didn't even know what a weather balloon was, but I knew Dad was lying. I tried asking about it a few times over the years, but I got a different story until a few days ago. I didn't really expect to tell anyone else, but I just can't let this thing go, and I don't have anyone else to talk to. Dad just got divorced, and he's been staying with me while his wife moves out. This last weekend is when the paperwork was finalized, so he got pretty drunk, and I seized an opportunity. This mystery has plagued me for 25 years, and I just wanted a real answer. Or I thought I did. Now I actually kind of regret knowing. When my stepmom screamed, it was because she saw some kind of mutated creature peek out from behind the shed. It had a weirdly shaped head, large hands, but tiny arms. And it was the size of a child. When she screamed, it looked right at her and ducked back behind the shed. But before it went, it blinked sideways, meaning its eyelids closed to a vertical slit instead of horizontal like ours. She and Dad both saw it. That bang that I had heard, it was some kind of mini implosion. We couldn't see it because of the shed, but it left a small crater where the object seemed to have collapsed in on itself. Nothing was left except for a small hole and a few scorch marks. But one of the things that frightened Dad the most was how quick the government covered it up. Real police were only there for a few minutes, and they refused to go into the backyard. They said that their orders were to only secure the location. Then, a bunch of feds showed up and sent the officers away. A few of them stayed inside to conduct their interviews, well away from any windows, while a bunch of people in hazmats erased any trace of whatever had landed in our yard. They said filling the hole in now was a safety measure provided by our tax dollars. Dad claimed that I had been asleep through the whole event. He said something about the whole thing seemed wrong, like we were one wrong answer away from disappearing ourselves. He and my stepmom never said a word about the creature to the feds, only that they saw some kind of meteor land behind the shed. This seemed to make the government men happy, and once their business in our yard was concluded, they left without any issue and didn't contact us again. The next morning, Dad went out to look at the yard and found no evidence that anything had occurred at all. He would have sounded crazy if he tried to tell anyone. We kept a closer eye on the sky after that, but other than the few times I tried asking for the truth, the whole thing might as well have been a dream. By now, I've been a trucker for longer than I can rightly remember, hauling goods from one corner of this great country to the other. This story is about the night I saw something peculiar up in the skies. It was a moonless, dark night on a lonesome stretch of highway that us truckers know all too well. I was hauling a load of who knows what towards the Midwest, feeling the weight of the world on my shoulders at the time. The radio buzzed with chatter as usual, but otherwise, it was a silent night. As I cruised along, I couldn't help but notice something mighty strange. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of something in the sky. When I looked, something moving in a way that no plane ever could. It was like a firefly on steroids, dancing and zipping through the sky. I squinted my eyes, figuring it was my tired mind playing tricks on me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, like I was catching a glimpse into a world I wasn't meant to see. And it hadn't disappeared right away like things may, had I just been seeing it wrong. The strangest part, though, was how danged silent it all was. I turned down the radio, rolled my windows down. Sure didn't sound like a plane. I could hear my rig, but I heard nothing outside of that. No rumbling of engines, no screeching, nothing. Nothing but the sound of my own truck and my own breathing. Yet it danced in the sky. It was enough to give this full-grown man the heebie-jeebies. But then, all of a sudden, the thing touched down, like a mile or so ahead of me. I nearly choked on my coffee. It was like a burst of light, illuminating the darkness. For a moment, time stood still. My heart slammed against my chest as I watched it shoot back up into the sky with unnatural speed. I blinked once, twice, hoping my eyes hadn't betrayed me. But I could still see the residue of light from where it had just been, until that was gone too. There I was, alone, on the deserted highway, quivering in my seat. That eerie feeling of being watched crept up my spine, and I couldn't shake it. I swear I could almost hear something beckoning me to come closer to what I'd seen. I rolled up my windows, turned up the radio, and I sure as heck didn't stick around to find out anything else, tell you that much. I stomped on the gas, putting as much distance between me and that spot as my old rig could muster. The whole way to my destination, fear gnawing at me like a damn rat. Was it something otherworldly, or just a trick of the mind? Now, you can call me crazy or a liar, but there's something out there, something we can't rightfully explain. The world's a mysterious place, and sometimes it shows us just how small or insignificant we are. So the next time you find yourself on a desolate stretch of road, keep your eyes peeled and your wits about you. You never know what you'll run into out there. I was probably 15 or late 14 at the time, midsummer. Me and two of my friends left a girl's house late at night, basically sneaking out of where she lived, kinda deep in the countryside, about a 45-minute walk to get to the city line. We left about 2 in the morning. Me and my two friends, we stepped out of her country subdivision road onto the main paved road. We took a left onto the main road. We took a right. You could basically see just roads and woods each direction, with some mailboxes. But on the right side, opposite our direction, at the top or end of our view of the road, we could see just a white light or reflector image. Our mind was on not being caught by the cops or anything past curfew. We walked left, the opposite direction. While walking, cars occasionally drove by, so to be safe, we would hide in the woods or the tree line every time a car would pass, just in case it was a cop. Every time we would watch a car go by our opposite traveling direction, basically we would look back and the white object was getting closer. Quite fast. You could only see it in the headlights. Once the headlights were gone, it was basically gone too. We continued walking, all seeing it, just confused, but didn't care to wait. We got to about the town line, and this thing was probably only 200 to 500 feet behind us. Again, we could only see it in passing headlights. None of the cars seemed to notice. When the creature was close enough, it was translucent, white skin with big black holes for eyes, limbs long and limp, looking pretty skinny. Skinny, but still could have been anywhere between 6 to 8 feet tall. We get into the start of town with house subdivision streets, basically townhomes. Every way we'd go, we'd look in the opposite direction, and we could see the thing walking with our pace. When I got a side view of it, I noticed its arms hung pretty low, like it was looking at us but wasn't. Me and my friends that night weren't on any drugs. We snuck outside at night quite a bit, so it wasn't just some fear or mistake. We were pretty, I guess, calm or casual because it kept its distance. We were just more concerned about getting caught by the law, I guess. To this day, I still ride my bike around town at night. I have for years, and I haven't seen anything like that night. In doubt, I sometimes question my vision, but both of my friends saw it 3 or more times that night. It was a gray, kind of cloudy night. I don't know. Any help with what I might have seen? I'm a 23-year-old woman from Canada. I won't give away exactly where I live, of course, but I'll try and describe the kind of area I live in. To start off, I'm self-employed and I have to travel often to make a living. I've seen plenty of odd things, but this one still puts me on edge. When I was 21, I was traveling with my mom back home for an event called a powwow, where I sell crafted items that I make. If you're Aboriginal like me, then you know what I'm talking about. If not, then I highly recommend you look into them. To get home from the powwow, we have to go over a high mountain highway. This means that there's not very many towns, gas stations, or other forms of civilization, not until you reach the other side. We were close to the top of the mountain. I wasn't driving, but I was listening to music as most people my age do. I wasn't tired or wired on coffee like I normally am, and I don't do drugs or drink if I'm at a powwow, so overall, pretty alert and awake. As I was looking into space, my eye caught onto something in front of us on the side of the road, behind a tall fence meant to keep deer and moose off the highway. It was a white object, which was odd, and I honestly thought that someone must have lost a tarp off their truck or something. But as we were coming closer to it, I could see that it had legs, arms, and a head. I'm getting a bad chill up my spine just rethinking about it now. I felt my heart drop like a weight when I saw it raise its arms up to the top of the fence where its head would probably be about a foot or two above. So imagine how tall it would be compared to about a 6-foot fence, maybe more, meant for deer. It raised its arms and placed its hands on top of the fence, peering over it as if it was trying to understand how to get to the other side. I think I actually stopped breathing for a moment as we went driving past it. I didn't dare look away from it. It took me maybe a moment to barely sputter to my mom to go faster. She didn't understand at first why I was suddenly freaking out and barely speaking English. She probably thought I was having a mental breakdown, which wouldn't be too far from the truth. She almost pulled over. When I felt her braking and slowing down, I went into fight or flight mode, and I literally snapped back into reality, screaming at the top of my lungs, "Don't slow down, go." I probably continued to swear and nearly cry for another 15-20 minutes. As soon as we got to the next town, we stopped at the first gas station, where I had a panic and an asthma attack. I even realized I actually bruised my ear from ripping my headphones out of my ear so hard. Eventually, I told her why I screamed at her and why I'd freaked out so badly. It was tall, skinny, no hair far as I could see, unnaturally long arms and neck. It looked like it had small, dark eyes. I couldn't see if it had a mouth from that distance. It was probably shut, but imagine a naked, slender man with beady eyes. That's the closest way I can describe it. But Mom looked horrified from what I was describing to her. I'm not the kind of person to joke around with most things like that. I don't mess around with paranormal things, as I've witnessed some stuff that would horrify most people. We ended up stopping at a friend's house to stay the night, because we just couldn't drive the extra hour home after that. I didn't even sleep. I was too scared to, and I was worried that something would find me. All night, all I could do was think about a way to explain this to myself, like I was dreaming, or it was a tarp after all, or maybe I was just straight up going insane. The more I tried to think of a way to debunk it, the more I realized it was real. And that's horrifying, to think that something like that exists outside of video games and scary movies. Now I can't help but look down to the floor between my feet and break into a cold sweat whenever we pass that area. I won't even drive it myself. I don't know if it was a skinwalker, ghost, alien, but it felt like I saw something that wasn't meant to be seen. I still have the occasional nightmare from it, and I hate talking about it with my elders, friends, or family, because to be honest, I think I have a bit of PTSD from this encounter. But how could I explain it to a professional? I'm open to some advice to help me get my fear under control, or even a possible explanation on what that thing was. I think it could be helpful. I've struggled with the idea of sharing my experience, but mostly because I'm not sure if it actually happened or if it was just a dream. One summer, when I was 10 or 11, I was awake in the middle of the night. I could hear the horses running around the pasture as if something had happened. I decided to go check on things. At that time, my family had a massive old barn. We lived in the middle of nowhere. I walked through the barn door and found a very large man, as white as snow, climbing into the hayloft. I remember being startled, but not frightened. He turned around, looked at me, and slowly lowered himself back down. Then he took a few steps before kneeling and putting his hand out, like one would do to a stray animal. As I looked at him, I felt like he looked sad and tired, not at all like he would harm me. I took his hand and walked him towards our kid hangout space, which was just an area in the barn where we had some old couches, a few toys, and a radio. The moment he saw the radio, he became more animated, ran towards it, started messing with it. That went on for a bit. I kept asking why he needed the radio. He never said a word, not one word. He wouldn't tell me his name, so I started calling him Radio. After a while, he put the radio down and sat on the couch. I brought over my favorite horse book and I started thumbing through the pages, showing him all of my favorite breeds. Eventually, he gently took the book from me and closed it, as if to say, I'm done. I got up and I put the book away, and he laid on the couch. I remember him being so large that his head was on the armrest while his legs hung over the other side at the knee. He was a giant, pure white, and I don't recall any hair. His eyes were jet black, but they weren't huge or angular. If anything, they slanted downward, and were beady. After he fell asleep, I decided to go to bed too, but first I put a blanket over him. I woke up in the morning and the whole experience came flooding back to me. My feet were dirty, as if I'd been outside during the night. I grabbed some snacks, ran to our hangout space, and found everything as I would have expected it. The blanket was on the floor, the book sitting on the table. The radio was out of place, but he was gone. It's important to know that I had a habit of sleepwalking at this time in my life, so it's possible that this was all just a dream. At first, I thought he was just a very strange person, and I hoped he found safety. The memory never left me. By the time I was a teen, I decided the whole thing was a dream and let it go. Then Prometheus came out, and I agreed to go see it with friends. When the tall, white alien came onto the screen, I nearly jumped out of my seat. It wasn't an exact match, but it was like seeing a ghost. At the time, I knew absolutely nothing about aliens, and the only ones I'd ever heard of were the classic little green men. Nonetheless, I forced myself to let it go and move on. The memory couldn't be real, so I must have dreamt it. As more time passed, I began to wonder how I could imagine a being that I'd never seen or heard of. Could it have really happened? Could radio be real? Has anyone else ever had an experience like this? Growing up, my dad used to take me camping all over New Mexico to search for UFOs. When he was in college, he saw a craft with green lights moving across the sky. When it stopped, the lights turned red before disappearing entirely. Then a smaller craft, about the size of a drone, with a single green light zoomed away from where the larger one had vanished. It shot to the ground faster than Dad's eyes could follow, and he never saw it again. He's been obsessed with UFO sightings ever since. On our camping expeditions, he would stay up most of the night just staring through his telescope. We must have gone on 4 or 5 trips a year from the time I was 6 to 16. But in all that time, we never saw anything until the week before my 17th birthday. It started out like any of our other weekends away. I stayed up with him until about 1 or 2, and then passed out in my sleeping bag. Normally, I woke up to Dad cooking breakfast the next morning, but this time, I woke up with his hand over my mouth in a frantic shushing gesture. I was instantly terrified. The man has never played a practical joke in his life. Whatever was happening had to be bad. Once certain I understood to keep silent, he leaned next to my ear and said to follow him to the truck, but not to stop for anything. I had never seen him frightened before, and that was enough to scare me into unquestioned compliance. I tried using my phone for light, but he snatched it away and put it in his pocket with no more than a shake of his head. I barely had enough time to grab my bag before he was dragging me out of the tent. The fire had been put out, but the stars provided just enough light to see our way to the truck. We ran the whole way and jumped inside like someone was chasing us. The second the door closed behind me, Dad was already pressing the lock button. Once he put the key in the ignition, the headlights came to life and illuminated a sickly gray figure, complete with bulbous eyes, right by our tent. It was peeking inside the flap, but as soon as the lights came on, it darted all the way inside. I screamed. Dad yelled for me to get on the floor, and I did. He threw the truck into gear and we took off, but then something with a green light shot into the air and began following us. He drove like mad to get away, never taking his eyes off the road, while I never took my eyes off of whatever that green light was. I couldn't make out the shape behind it, but it stayed with us through every turn until just before reaching the highway. Then it suddenly shot higher into the sky and flew back the way it came. That was the last time Dad ever took me camping. We might take the occasional hike together, but for the most part, we bond over movie nights now. I'd like to share an experience I had in my late teens, early 20s. I'll try to keep it short, but it may be connected with previous experiences from my parents' first home. That place was definitely haunted, and so was our second home. That's where I experienced the most activity. I had difficulty sleeping for years, which resulted in a bunch of other problems. One night, I had my craziest experience, but I was never able to determine what it was. At one point, I believed it was an astral projection, but after watching some documentaries, it felt more like an alien abduction or something demonic. That night, I got home late, immediately tried going to sleep. I wasn't mentally tired, but I was physically exhausted from work and spending the evening with friends. While falling asleep, I heard a piercing white noise that rose in volume by the second, and suddenly, I was above my bed, entirely awake and aware. I could still see myself in bed. I also felt completely paralyzed. The white noise became so loud that it felt like the whole room was shaking. Then, a beam of white light shot through my ceiling and lifted me into the air. In the corner of the room, I could see black shadow figures coming closer, surrounding me. I was terrified and screaming at the top of my lungs, but it didn't matter. The white noise seemed to block my desperate cries for help, but I kept screaming, and eventually, I just woke up, extremely terrified. I know most people will think I'm crazy or say it was a nightmare, but I've had lots of nightmares. This was definitely not one of them. I wanted to know if anyone else had similar experiences and see what they believe it to be. I was homeless in my 20s thanks to a gambling addiction, but then I found a job cleaning up at an old bar in the middle of nowhere. It was the perfect place to avoid the casino's call. There were only 5 or 6 customers at any given time, and they were all too old and drunk to cause any trouble. That being said, I'm not sure how the place stayed open, but I got paid and that's all that mattered. They closed at 2 a.m., and I would sweep up after starting the dishwasher. Eventually, I was trusted to close up on my own, so I started taking sponge baths in the bathroom sink, and I would smoke a few cigarettes out back before crashing behind the counter. I was in full survival mode. The back area was just a miles-long grass field with a forest at the other end. Nothing special. Sometimes I would lay on the ground and look up at the stars while I smoked and daydreamed. I didn't know which were stars or planets or where any of the constellations were, but that didn't make it any less serene. It actually became my favorite part of each day. Then one night I had an experience that made me terrified of being outside at night. What I thought to be a shooting star streaked across the sky, then came to a sudden halt and began emitting a soft green glow. It only sat motionless for a minute before moving again, and this time it was coming towards me. It grew bigger, little by little, until coming to another stop. I can't tell how high it was, but it looked like it was hovering directly over the back of the field. Next, the light started getting brighter until it hurt my eyes. I tried looking away, but I could still see the pale green light even through my eyelids. It made me dizzy, and I must have passed out because I only remember flashes after that. When I next opened my eyes, I was still on the ground, and 3 tall gray beings were standing over me. They were humanoid in shape, but very different in appearance. Their heads were huge, with big, bulbous black eyes. straight out of something from an old sci-fi movie, and they only had small slits for nostrils and mouths. Before I could even register more or even comprehend my situation, everything went black. The next time I regained consciousness, I was lying on something cold and metallic inside of a white room. Or maybe the lights were so bright it only looked white. I can't be sure. It's almost like a fever dream. Then a voice began to speak in my mind, telling me to sleep, and the world went black yet again. There was also a flash of being taken back into the bar. I have the vaguest memory of being carried up the porch steps, the sound of padded feet on the wooden deck. The final time I woke, it was 9 a.m., and I was in my sleeping bag behind the counter. My head hurt like the worst hangover of my life, and I spent 10 minutes in the bathroom, puking up a bunch of thick, clear liquid. I was still nauseous for most of the day afterwards, but there was no more mystery fluid spewing out of me. That night, when I cleaned myself, there were small, quarter-sized bruises on my chest, abdomen, thighs, and biceps. They were sore to the touch, but faded a few days later, along with the random dizziness that would suddenly overtake me. There was nowhere I could go. I had to continue working at the bar for another 6 months before I could buy a car and get out of the backwoods. But I never smoked after dark again. I don't know what the hell happened to me in that field, and I honestly don't want to know. I just don't think my mind would recover if I knew everything. This is the first time I've even thought about it in over 15 years, and I just couldn't stop, so I decided to share the experience. I have a life with a real family and a good job now. I didn't feel comfortable telling any of them about my ordeal, lest I sound crazy. But this seemed like a safe place to put it. I almost prefer that I was crazy, but it was all just far too real. When I was younger, there were several years my family lived in a small town outside of Yosemite National Park, a town called Arnold. The skies, they're incredibly open and clear out there, especially in the spring and summer. This was summer, probably 1998. It was the second time I'd stayed at my grandparents' house. My grandparents ran a golf course, and though their house wasn't on the course, it was nearby. I'd just finished showering and I was getting ready for bed when I see my grandpa standing outside, just staring up into the sky. I move closer to the back door and I see that it's both my grandma and grandpa looking up. I walk outside and instantly I see what they're staring at. Lights. Not just lights though, like that you'd see on a plane. These were 3 perfectly round balls of light, almost blue, forming a triangle shape and pulsating several feet above our heads. "What the heck is that?" I asked. No response. Eventually, my grandpa says, "Does it look like it's above the course to you two?" Referring to the golf course. "Yeah, it sorta does," my grandma responds. But we just keep staring. We see the lights rapidly form together, creating one large ball of light. Then, the brightest light I've ever seen expands across the sky and straight down, before immediately shooting up, faster than just about anything I've seen shoot up into the sky. And it was followed by darkness. It was like we broke out of some sort of trance, my grandpa making his way inside, grabbing his keys to the golf cart. He says he's got to go check on the course. My grandma convinces him, "Do it in the morning." And so he does. Wait. The next morning, a perfectly round, large patch of grass was completely dead. It wasn't charred in color, but Instead, that patch was brown, while the remainder of the 14th hole and the rest of the course was the appropriate green. I wish I remembered what came of all that, but I have to believe nothing. What exactly could you report? How exactly do you hold someone accountable? I mean, whoever or whatever did that was long gone immediately after. Very strange experience. Not the first time I've spied something in those open skies. An entity has been hanging around my room since I moved in 2020. It's not malevolent, it's actually quite kind. My friend Cass has felt it hug him, and he's overall comforted by the entity. An hour ago, Kaz and I drove to a secluded spot I'd been wanting to visit at night. It seemed like a good place to smoke. When we were talking about it, we started smelling cherries with a hint of cigar. When we made the last turn for our destination, there was a downed tree in the road. It didn't block the way completely, but the gap was too small for my car, so I turned around and used a back road instead. The back road was a small one lane that cut through a thick forest. There was no service and very few houses. We were talking along the way, and as we crossed the bridge, I pointed to a spot that I wanted to take him to next time. Just after I looked away, he saw something strange and asked if I saw it too. I assumed it was an animal, but I hadn't seen anything at all. Cass said it looked like something crossed the road, and we both felt an intense sense of dread. I stopped the car, took a moment, and was suddenly certain we weren't supposed to be there. I turned around, but the dread only grew more intense until we crossed the bridge. After that, it eased up a little, but it didn't go away entirely. I stated that whatever we sensed wasn't allowed to follow us home, and it wasn't allowed on my property. The feeling finally started to disappear then, but we kept seeing shadows along the side of the road. As I drove along, a white truck zoomed up to the stop sign on the side of the road and pulled out directly behind us. This didn't concern me until I saw it tailing the hell out of us in the rear view. I alerted Cass, and he said that the truck gave him a bad feeling. When we got to the stop sign at the highway, I didn't use a blinker, but the truck did, and it was going the same way. After making the turn, I waited a few seconds before looking back, and it was gone. It had disappeared into thin air. The drive home was silent. Cass waited until we got back to talk about what happened. I was telling the story to a friend on Discord and asked Cass to describe what he saw, if it walked on 2 legs or 4. But he said it didn't have any legs. It was brown, and it just looked like a singular head crossing the road. It was taller than my closet door, but he didn't know what its body looked like. I asked if it could have been a bat, but he swears it couldn't have been. During the drive home, we both noted that it felt like there was a hand on each of our shoulders. He pointed out the log in the road, that it could have been a sign not to go, along with the friendly entity appearing in my room beforehand. I think this was a Wendigo. I've been working overnight in a nuclear facility for a few months now, and I've seen UFOs on a nightly basis, without fail. First, here's how I know they aren't stars. Their positions don't line up on the star chart. The lights flicker brighter and darker, or sometimes they'll turn on completely for a few seconds. The biggest one was orange. They move. When the sun rises, some of them fly towards it. and I'm not able to see them anymore. I haven't filmed them for a couple of reasons. They're not bothering me, so why should I bother them? They're just trying to do a job, same as me. Plus, no way the government doesn't know they're there. I've counted at least 16 or 20 so far. Now, I finally understand why documentaries always show authority figures saying it would create mass panic if everyone knew how many of those things there were, and that they were here. I suppose aliens get curious when we start messing with nuclear fission. That may be why there's such a large concentration of them every night. But above all, the reason I don't record them is because no one would believe me anyway. I've always believed in this stuff, so I've become more accustomed to it as time passes. Anyway, I'm writing this to see if anyone can help me figure out what I experienced last week. I've been having strange, paranormal things happen to me lately, like suddenly being able to sense the movement of energy, see auras. Last week, on one of my breaks, I went out back, sat on the ground, leaned against the building. I suddenly got an overwhelming feeling of intense fatigue, which quickly turned into a feeling of drunkenness. I've been sober since February 2022, almost a year now, so I was immediately confused. Then I realized something was leeching my energy. I looked to my left, and there was a staticky field of energy, where I assumed the entity stealing my energy was located. I looked straight ahead, and a few feet from where I sat, there was a 1.5 foot, 2 foot tall, staticky humanoid figure that looked like the cliché big-headed gray alien. It had black almond eyes, and inside its open mouth was pitch black. I think it looked staticky because it was trying to cloak itself from me. I don't know for sure if it was the thing that's actually stealing my energy, or if it was simply watching it happen. A coworker claims she saw a shadow person in the bathroom. Most of the staff believes this facility is haunted. I've seen and felt non-alien entities in the building, but nothing like this. Does anyone have any idea what might be going on here? This is something I'll probably never forget. I'm 18 now, but I was 14 at the time, and my friend was 13. We lived in a small, normal village where nothing weird ever happened. My friend was staying the night, so we played games and had a good time. This was during the winter, so it was already pitch black outside by basically noon. From where we sat, there was the door on our right and 2 big windows to our left. Suddenly, the whole room flashed light blue. I barely saw it while looking down at my phone, but it was unmistakable. I looked around, wondering what it could have been, but I didn't see anything. So we continued playing. I didn't know if my friend saw it, but he didn't react, so I didn't ask. About 20 seconds later, the room flashed blue again, and the radiator beneath the windows began vibrating. I could feel it on the couch, too. It wasn't loud, but we clearly heard it. The rest of the house was completely silent. I was a little frightened, but mostly curious, so my friend and I looked out the windows. Everything was normal at first, but then the whole sky flashed a bright blue color, like it was daylight again. And that's when I became really frightened. We kept watching until it happened again. Then we ran back to the couch. I hid under the covers. The radiator continued vibrating, and I could barely see the room turning bright blue. We looked outside once more, this time towards the neighbor's house, and we saw a big blue light beam coming from the sky, straight down into the ground, filling the dark night with a bright blue color. It was terrifying. I've never seen anything like it. We ran to the kitchen to look, and it happened once more. We don't know what it could have been, and I don't know anyone else who saw it. I would love to have some kind of explanation. This happened when I was 5, and I'm in my 30s now. It's been a long time, but I can remember it like yesterday. That's how much it terrified me. I woke to being pulled from bed, and a weird greenish-white light illuminating my room, while a robotic yet angelic voice filled my head, saying they came to take me away. I was confused, and I tried to look back, but they kept pushing me forward. Then, like it never happened, I was suddenly back in bed, facing the wall. I stayed that way, too terrified to roll over. I know it happened, but it was gone with the snap of a finger, like waking from a dream. I'm not sure if it's connected, but after playing outside, I noticed a weird tiny shard in my toe. It looked like a shard from a broken beer bottle, but I had no cuts. I removed it years later. It was soft and bendy. I've seen tons of UFOs where I grew up. I saw one zigzag across the sky very fast before disappearing. On another occasion, I watched a big, round object that resembled a Christmas tree bulb rotate in the sky. It turned in different directions and shot off in the blink of an eye. I've also experienced some weird time lapses. One night during summer vacation, I was watching TV when I turned to look out the window and back again. It happened in a split second. Only a different program was on the TV, and suddenly it was daylight. A year later, I had another weird experience like the first one. I was paralyzed, and that weird green light was back, along with the robotic yet angelic voice in my head. Then I woke up. I'm not sure if Andy is what it said, but that's what it sounded like. I don't expect anyone to believe this, but I wanted to share it anyway. I don't even know where to begin with this story. It all just seems too surreal for me and my 3 friends. Since this incident happened 4 years ago, no one's really spoken about it. In fact, what happened on the island of Hawaii actually is the one incident that almost broke our friendship. My name is Tom. I'm 25 years old and I love the outdoors. In fact, I love the outdoors so much I started a club in high school called the Outdoor Grizzlies. It was a very small group of us who would set up different hiking trips to go on. We had hiked all the way from the beautiful Sleeping Giant State Park trails of Connecticut to Julia Pfeiffer Burns State Park in California, which has a fantastic 80-foot waterfall. In this group of my fellow friends are my best friends since middle school, Jake, my good friend who I met freshman year of high school, Jennifer, and lastly but not least, Jake's girlfriend since high school, Christine. We were inseparable, and we went on all of our hiking trips together in high school. We held fundraisers with permission from the school. I believe the school saw how much we loved nature so much that we would make a career out of it, so they gladly allowed us to take it a step further, with permission from our parents, of course. We were all in shape for the most part, which is part of the reason why we also loved doing what we did. It freed our minds, gave us clarity, took away our anxiety. Often you hear or have experienced yourself being a teenager riddled with anxiety and depression, walking an uphill of uncertainty. But that wasn't us. We even had a few of our teachers going hiking locally, and they told us how inspired they were, how how it helped them with their anxiety and stress as well. After we graduated from high school, things sort of died down with the club. We all kept in touch, but as what happens to most people after high school, life. The only one I really kept in touch with was my best friend Jake. He was still with Christine, but her and I barely spoke because hiking just wasn't in our blood anymore. Jennifer did her own thing and was seeing this college jock named Robert. So we, with the exception of Jake, just drifted. A few years had passed, and one evening in May, I decided it was nice enough to throw a bonfire. Just a few friends. Christine didn't really want to hang around just people she didn't know, so she brought up the idea to invite Jennifer. And through the powers of social media, I made it happen, and Jennifer was actually very happy. She talked about how life had gotten in the way, and that her and Robert had broken up, so the bonfire was just what she needed, so she could play catch-up with all of us, like old times. She told me her number was still the same, and I called her to confirm. And that went easier than I thought. Suddenly, I was filled with happiness and excitement, just like old times. The laughter, the jokes. This was something I wish I'd done sooner. We had the bonfire. It went off without a hitch. It was approximately 1:30 a.m. It was just us after everyone else left. Myself, Jake, Jennifer, and Christine. It was perfect. The cool breeze embraced my neck. The fire kissed my nose, leaving me with goosebumps. Jake mentioned how peaceful and nostalgic this was as he downed the tail end of his beer. The energy around our group was just nice. Jennifer mentioned how I once slipped on the wet rock trying to run away from an unusual bug, which was named the bug incident. We all laughed, and Jake said, if only we could relive those days and go back. Christine looked at Jennifer and said, what if we can relive those days, but we don't have to go back to relive them? Christine jolted up from her relaxed state. They both gave each other this look like they telepathically knew what they were talking about, and they both squealed. Jake and I smirked because we knew what was coming next. And without boring you with more details than I already have, basically we planned a trip. We picked a place exotic, different. We all voted on Hawaii. We always wanted to go there, but could never raise that much money to go, given that it was so expensive for a bunch of high schoolers at the time. So we formed a plan. Jake's aunt was a flight attendant. I had a rainy day fund with a generous amount of money. Jennifer saved money for a trip that she was going to take on her own, and Christine had a decent YouTube following for makeup, so she was sure she could crowdfund. After 3 weeks, we combined our finances and were able to afford the trip. We were going to stay around the Honolulu area because there was a very well-known hiking place there with beautiful waterfalls. When we arrived at our destination, boy, were we excited. We decided that we would be tourists for the first 3 days, and the last 3 days we'd spend hiking around the area. We'd use the 7th day for getting ready to leave. We wanted to take it a step further. We wanted to camp out in the area. When the time came, we felt like we were ready. We had all done it before, camping while hiking, and were very well versed in general in both. So we had experience, and we felt like we could take this on. We made our way deeper and deeper into the forest. We saw people along the way. A couple of tourists that we spoke to, a few friendly locals, and then we began to notice how much more isolated it became. Christine had said that we seemed far away, that we didn't have any signal on our phones anymore. She bought a compass and a map, so She said we should just find a place around the area we were in. We all agreed. We found a beautiful place. It was like it was waiting for us. It was on a cliffside, looking over almost the entire island. We didn't realize how far up we'd hiked, but it was relatively safe. There was a fence made of bamboo, so you really couldn't fall unless you purposely threw yourself over the fence. But even then, there was a big enough rock protruding out, so you couldn't fall too far and die, basically. It really was the most magnificent view I'd ever seen. We set up one of the tents, and then we had set up some lanterns around, and we made a fire to keep away the insects. Jennifer decided to go with Christine to explore around while Jake and I were setting up. Eventually, Christine yelled, "Hey!" Then we heard her clearing some brush, and she said, "Stairs?" I thought she was just imagining it or joking, and she said, "No, guys, come on, look." They looked pretty worn, but they led to that piece of the rock at the bottom. To put it into better perspective for you, the reader, picture Pride Rock from The Lion King. We were standing on that flat piece, and then imagine another flat piece on the bottom of that, but with stairs that wrapped around to let you get to the bottom. Jennifer was against going down the worn steps because she was afraid someone might get hurt. But we had to know what the stairs led to. What if it was a treasure, an artifact? Jake and I decided to go, and the girls could stay. The stairs in the beginning were made of stone and were worn, but once we got to the middle of the steps, it wasn't as bad. We finally got down and saw that it was a piece of the rock that we were standing on, like on the upper level, minus the forest. It was like a cave. We'd made our way into the cave, and we could hear our footsteps crushing broken coconut shells and sand grit. Jake took his flashlight and lit up the inside. We were amazed. There seemed to be drawings on the walls and what looked like a burial site. It looked disturbed, but the drawings are what made us intrigued. I lit my flashlight and I pointed it to the wall. We were able to make out bodies and very tiny heads. We carefully swept the debris from the wall. We needed more light to understand the carvings, so we called the girls and reluctantly they came. We asked them to point their flashlights at the wall, and then we all did the same at the same time, and they were just as amazed. We took photos and we said at the end of our trip, we'll let the information desk know about this place. Maybe we discovered something that no one else has ever seen. Christine said, "Wait a minute. It seems like these carvings tell a sequence of events from right to left." As we looked at these carvings, we saw what looked like a figure pushing someone off a ledge. We immediately got the chills and collectively decided to head back. Jake broke the silence and said, "Remember, this was thousands of years ago. It was just a part of history." Jennifer replied, "Yeah, but it's just as creepy." We all agreed, though, if it were to rain, we'd seek refuge in the cave. We decided to go look around, not too far from the campsite, but just explore. We were all inspired since we stumbled across that carving on the wall. Maybe we could find something else. We were about 15 minutes into our walk when we realized the sun was beginning to set. Christine brought up the fact that we should probably head back. We don't want to get caught out in the dark. It would make things harder for us. We all decided to head back. As we were heading back, we heard rustling and sticks breaking. Christine grabbed Jake, and Jennifer locked her arm with mine. Jake looked at me in bewilderment and said, "An animal?" And I said, "No. Whatever it is has a heavy foot. Familiar footing." Jake had a military-grade knife, and he had his hand on it. Jennifer had her mace. The branches were sounding louder and louder. We froze. We braced ourselves on the defense, just in case. Suddenly the big leaves parted, and a man who looked like a native Hawaiian, had a straw hat and one of those touristy-looking Hawaiian shirts. He emerged from the bushes. He said in a stern voice, "Why are you in these parts?" We explained that we were hikers from the mainland, and that we have a campsite not too far from here, on a rock. We also mentioned the strange markings we saw on the cave walls. After we'd said that, his eyes widened, and we all agreed that it felt like they pierced our souls. And he said,
"I'm going to give you advice from one human being to another."
We just stood there, wide-eyed, with nothing to say, listening intently, waiting for what he would tell us. He said,
"You should not sleep there. You should pack up your things and leave. Many bad things happened in this area for millennia since the Golden Age has been broken. A curse that's been cast on this sacred land, and it would be foolish for you to stay here."
Jennifer said with a knot in her throat, "Why?" The man said, "The night marchers. Poe approaches. Get somewhere safe. And whatever you do, don't look him in the eye." And then he took off. We all looked at one another, and Jake said, "Did we really come all this way to leave?" We decided it's only going to be one night, and dusk was already approaching. As soon as the morning comes, we'll pack up and leave. We just won't touch anything. So we made our way back to the campsite. When we finally got back, Jennifer remembered she'd brought a pot and 2 cans of clam chowder. So we relit the fire, put the pot over the fire, and heated up our food. We enjoyed a decent dinner. It was one of the best nights we had hiking since our high school days. Christine looked at her watch and noticed it was 12:45 a.m. I'll never forget that time, because it was the start of the night from hell. We decided to get ourselves ready to sleep. 2 people could fit in one tent. Since it was beautiful outside, and Jennifer and I admired the stars, we decided to lay out and fall asleep under the stars. I remember thinking to myself, I only see skies like this on the wallpaper for my computer. It was just so magical. I dozed off. I remember waking up to use the bathroom. Of course, there really was no bathroom, so I decided to go into the woods. I remember it was silent. No animals making noise, no insects, nothing. It was eerily quiet outside. It was like time stopped. I quietly walked behind the tent and into some bushes to release. And then I heard a horn. I'm not sure that that's what it was, but it sounded like a horn. I just passed it off as me hallucinating. I headed back to sleep. As I was drifting back off, suddenly I heard what sounded like a drum. My finger tapped the ground with each beat of the drum. It began to get louder and louder. Jake woke up and peeked outside the tent, and he looked at me and said, "How do you have service up here to watch a movie? Turn it down, man." I said, Jake, that's not me. Now, if you knew Jake, you'd know that he only uses my full name when he's really serious with me. And he said, Thomas, stop joking and go to bed. You know we have to get up early and leave. He rubbed his eyes and looked at his Apple Watch. And then, just as suddenly as all the others, a horn noise went off again, and it was even louder. Jennifer sat up and said, Okay, the prank isn't funny, not cool. Immediately, it sounded louder, and the drum was getting closer and closer. Christine was fast asleep in the tent. Just when we thought we were cornered, it went silent. All you could hear were our own heartbeats. We were frozen, looking at one another. I gave Jake a look like we had a plan, and we nodded at one another like we knew what to do. Jake slowly went back into the tent, and you could hear him whisper, Christine, Christine, followed by a soft, Yeah? Is it time to get up? I looked at Jennifer, and she was in what seemed like a daze. I motioned to her to grab her bag, but she wasn't moving. She looked like she was moving her mouth, but nothing was coming out. I broke out of my fright, and I went up to her and I said, What's wrong? We have to go. She lifted her shaking arm and half pointed behind me, and I grabbed her arm and said, What? In an angry whisper. And she said, Behind. My breath shook, and I slowly turned. Behind me, I can hear Jake getting things together in the tent, and as I turned around, this was the part that scared me to my core. My fight or flight kicked in, and I barely remember anything else. I saw a tall man, at least 6 feet tall, with a machete. But that's not what scared me. It was his head. It was very small. He had what looked like a coconut shell for armor, with eyes cut out for holes, and a small hole for the mouth. His body looked normal, but his head, the size of a coconut. Jennifer screamed. Christine and Jake came out and froze in fear. I immediately pushed Jennifer away from looking at this monster, this thing. She snapped out of it, got up, grabbed me, and ran. Jake and Christine followed. We didn't know where we were going or which direction. We just ran. We left everything. We heard footsteps, branches breaking, as if there were like 10 of them following, just cutting down the branches like nothing. I don't know how we got through the forest, but Christine noticed a strong river of water, and we figured we could lose them if we crossed it. We all jumped in, started making our way through, but it just kept getting deeper. Before we knew it, the river overpowered us. As it carried us, I looked back and I saw 5 of those beings with various weapons in their hands. They stopped following us. They just stared at us. I kept looking, and I'll never forget seeing these people. Being of average height, with small heads. I don't know, but I passed out. I woke up to the sun on my face and Christine hitting my face. She'd had a gash on her head, and Jake and the rest of us, we all had scratches and bruises all over our bodies. Before we could even talk, we heard a helicopter over us. They came and airlifted all of us to the island nursing triage to get us checked out. I asked the guy, How did you find us? He said that an individual's Apple Watch sent them coordinates, at 4:55 a.m. They'd been looking for us for about 4 hours because it wasn't easy to get to where we were. Christine just cried, and Jennifer hugged her. Jake and I looked at one another. The guy added that we shouldn't have been where we were and that we were way off the path. Local authorities came to speak to us and ask us what happened. I told them everything, from the drawings to the strange men with small heads. Officers went on to explain that that's just folklore. But then he continues, saying that people get so frightened of the night marchers that they end their life because their minds can't take what they've seen. He goes on to say that they've only had 2 instances of documented suicides. One was a 19-year-old girl who jumped off the rock cliff we were camping at. And the other person, they called off the search because authorities refuse to search when night approaches. The area was closed off to the public when they found 4 headless bodies in the 1980s. And the perpetrator was never found. He continued that we must have been way off the trail to be by that rock area because it's completely closed off. They seemed really puzzled how we even got there to begin with. As I had chills run down my spine, I wondered, did we actually go into the river to escape, or did we try to end our lives? And what was under the coconut shell? Was there even a head at all? But how could they breathe or see? I asked the officer taking our statement, do the night marchers have heads? And he said, according to folklore, since you're alive to tell the tale, they didn't remove their coconut shell. But had you died and jumped off the cliff, you, like the young girl who did, would have known the answer for yourself. We decided to take a very long break from hiking or camping. Instead, we would just meet at the bar. And though I can't help but wonder what a head the size of a coconut looks like, no one really wants to talk about it. So I've looked online, but I haven't stumbled upon anything like what a friend and I saw a few years ago. Maybe someone here can provide insight or point me in the right direction. I'm gonna say that it was summer about 1990. I lived in a small town in Pennsylvania. A friend and I were heading to the next town over, and we were taking a shortcut on a rural road. Houses were few on this road. We reached a stop sign intending to turn right and head towards the main road, and there was a house on our left. It was dark outside at the time, and we saw a strange pattern of lights above the house. We thought maybe they were having a get-together in the back, and we were seeing some sort of dance lights. Haze and fog aren't uncommon, so we thought the light was just hitting the low-hanging fog. The light pattern was ghostly pale, not bright at all. It consisted of a central round light, surrounded by smaller circular round balls, smaller than the center one. It was like 20 feet over the top of the house. The outer balls would rotate around the center, slow to a stop, converge towards the center ball, and then return to their former position and begin to rotate again. We sat there for about 2 minutes watching, debating what it was. The owner must have seen us sitting at the top, and they turned the porch light on and opened the front door. We just left at that point. As we reached the main road, We saw the light moving across the sky. It was dim, and the mountain terrain made it difficult to keep in sight. We saw it off in the distance, not a very high altitude, but a fair distance from us. We eventually lost sight of it as the road ran downhill and never saw it again. To this day, still have no idea what we saw. It didn't appear to be solid, but rather ghostly, glowing balls of light. We told some friends what we saw, and, of course, we were laughed at. I still talk to my buddy. We're 1,200 miles apart now, but he remembers too. I'm not making any claims in the least, just saying I have no idea. When I was 15 or 16, my family and I were driving along the interstate on our way to a beach in San Diego. I was listening to music, looking out at the clouds, when I noticed a weird, black, triangular object in the sky. It was difficult to keep track of, but I originally thought that it must be a plane. You don't hear about many UFO sightings happening in the middle of the day. And then I noticed how odd it was moving. The tip was pointing down towards the earth, and it was slowly moving closer to the ground. I was still trying to convince myself that it was a plane or weather balloon, but planes don't usually fly downwards. As we continued driving, the clouds moved across the sky, and I lost it for a few minutes. I thought that was the end of it, but I finally spotted it again, except now it was dropping faster. Only then did I think to alert my family of this weird object. But it very abruptly stopped its descent and shot back into the sky at lightning speed. I never saw it again. Afterwards, I frantically tried to tell my family what I saw. My father pointed to a small fleet of jets shooting across the sky. It seemed weird at the time, but I didn't think much of it. Still, to this day, I don't really know what I saw. On Sunday, July 18th, 2021, Mom and I were in the backyard testing out my brand new telescope. It was the first clear night since I bought it, and after setting it up, I was finally able to admire the glorious details of the moon's bright surface. I called Mom over to look through the small lens, but she wanted to see Jupiter. I told her that might take a while, since I was still trying to figure out how the telescope worked. And while readjusting the tripod, a weird feeling came over me. I felt like I was being stared at, almost as if someone's eyes were literally burning into the back of your head. My instincts said to turn around, and that's when I saw a huge, glowing orange orb, just sitting in the sky, roughly a block away from my house. As I stood frozen in disbelief, my mind tried to convince me that it was only a plane or helicopter. But all logical reasoning fled when the orb began moving in a bizarre, zigzagging motion. Also, just to clarify, this all transpired within 10 seconds or less. The exact moment I turned my head, it became frightened because I noticed it watching me. It freaked out, and within seconds, it shot away, gone without a sound. If I'd blinked, I probably would have missed the whole thing. I was so confused. I started to panic. I couldn't believe what I'd just witnessed. I still have so many questions. What was that? Why was it watching me? If it was extraterrestrial beings, what were they planning to do? This experience gives me chills every time I think about it, but it also makes me very curious. This happened to my aunt in the 80s. It started with her having this weird dream, one about being abducted and medically tested inside of a UFO, the classic alien abduction nightmare. She remembered medical instruments near her face That part was very vivid. But when she woke up with no pain, she thought nothing more of it. Except a few days later, she goes in for a routine dental appointment and gets x-rays. Then, the dentist shows her the x-ray images, and though it's clear from the images themselves, he tells her that there seems to be something under one of her molars. At first, I was skeptical hearing the story. Even though I knew my aunt had no reason to lie to me, I just never been much of a believer in anything supernatural or odd. But I shit you not, more than a decade later, I saw the x-rays myself. It's clear from the initial x-ray that something was there, something I assumed to be metal, rectangular, almost tubular in shape, just sitting under one of her molars. Back then, she told me that she got a copy of the x-rays just in case someone she cared about didn't believe her, or if something happened to her. She said keeping them around made her feel validated and grounded to earth in some way. After she got her x-rays, a few other dentists took a look at them too, even taking additional x-rays at the request of my aunt. They all witnessed the same anomaly. There are many witnesses if you include my own family, my mother, my grandmother. Once I'd seen for myself, no one could convince me that it wasn't real. Trust me, something was there. Anyway, her original dentist decides that they have to take it out, at least biopsy it, verify that it's not cancerous. They make an appointment to do just that, something close to a week later. She wasn't in any sort of discomfort at the time, which both the dentist and my aunt found odd, but considered it all the more reason to investigate. My aunt says it was during this week that she had the same dream, again, 2 nights before returning to the dentist. Medical instruments around her face, blinding white light, followed by dizzying blackness. She still felt no pain, but she couldn't dismiss the similarities between the two experiences. She describes being anxious but incredibly eager for her dental appointment at this time. She said she knew something would be different. Nearly a week later, they finally get to the appointment, and it begins with new x-rays. Here's where, in my mind, it gets even weirder. They find nothing. The dentist takes another x-ray for good measure. Nothing. Gone. I saw that x-ray too. Nothing there. I get it. Some of you are thinking that this could be explained, and honestly, I would love to hear it. Of course, it seems unlikely that the dreams were real, that some alien left something under my aunt's tooth, then retrieved it when they found out it was going to be removed by a human dentist. There are possibly many explanations that I have yet to think of, or maybe it's even one of the ones I have thought of. Maybe something in the x-ray machine went wrong, or anywhere else in the process of obtaining the image. Perhaps her molar had an abnormal shape. Could be, though I think between multiple dentists, they would be able to explain that, and they couldn't. I honestly don't know. I do know that it was like nothing I'd ever personally seen, not even when scouring the internet these days. For probably obvious reasons, my aunt doesn't want her pictures online, or even on her own computer. I doubt she'd be okay with me taking a photo for the world to see, but it's not going to stop me from asking her the next time I visit her neck of the woods. I guess it's the only thing I've ever experienced that I can't explain. Even if it was secondhand, I can't properly explain it, so I thought it was worth sharing. Thanks for reading. So honestly, I'm not sure if I should consider this a paranormal or UFO encounter. But I don't know if what I saw would be considered a UFO. This happened in winter of 2016, when I was home for winter break from college. Late one night, my friend and I were walking to my parents' nice neighborhood, near downtown, looking for a place to smoke. For some reason, my friend and I stupidly decided that we'd go to the nearby elementary playground. They had swings. When we turned the corner, I saw in a short distance of maybe 50, 75 feet, a void black blob or orb hovering, about 2 feet tall, and quickly moving a few inches above the ground across the street from us. As it hovered towards the curb of the sidewalk in front of us, it smoothly floated over the curb. So it definitely didn't have legs. When it moved under the streetlight, it didn't give off a reflection. So whatever it was didn't seem to be man-made either. After it floated over the curb and sidewalk, it stopped at one of the elementary buildings that had a gap under it. The school is on a hill. Then it squished or warped to a black flat oval shape and went under the gap. My friend and I quickly glanced over at each other to make sure that we both had seen what we saw. Then we ran over to the gap under the building. I flashed my light there, but couldn't see anything. After I got home, I scoured the internet for any info that I could find, but there wasn't anything. A few years later, I went back to check the gap, and it had been filled in. Share this with as many people as possible, as many outlets as possible. Spread this information before it disappears. I'm doing my part before I disappear. Soon, the government will release information acknowledging the existence of extraterrestrial beings, as the world will undoubtedly lean into entropy, rather its latter. They'll use this unrest to launch a staged attack against its citizens, systematically decreasing the population while attempting to incite a new world order to defend against this new threat. Through domestic terrorism on an earthly level and in an attempt to maintain power, they'll turn the people against these invaders, rejecting proposed changes to their way of life. Extraterrestrial beings have lived amongst us for decades. They are not the enemy. Their political influence has been the stepping stones of our species. Recently, tensions have been growing amongst humans. A pursuit of harmony capsized and stranded on the rocks of greed. We've been too busy fighting amongst ourselves. Differences in our appearances and expression of life are scrutinized under a microscope by one another, simply because we haven't seen something that prospectively contrasts our features and values on a galactic level. The stationed beings, they don't need anything from us. Their advanced civilizations would have no troubles taking what they wanted from us at any time since making first contact. Do not believe the media when they say this invasion comes from somewhere else. It's ruthless devastation, too visceral for humanity to believe that we could possibly commit upon ourselves. Destruction unthinkable of human capabilities. But it is. All of this was shown to me last night. It was the first encounter I've ever had. I live in Bisbee, Arizona, and I was taking the dogs for a nightly walk. We'd gotten a couple of blocks past the house, walking on a long stretch of a two-way road. The sun had just set behind us, and while the dogs and I get to the road sign we traditionally turn around at, I stopped to look at the stars beginning to poke out as it grew darker. When I looked straight above me, there's a completely black, perfect circle, blocking out a section of stars. Directly in the center of this black circle, one star appears and begins to grow. Then it bathes me in a beam of light. The dog leashes are ripped from my hand, but I'm frozen in the white light. My body feels like it's made out of stone. I try to yell, but nothing comes out. My vocal cords didn't vibrate. Only air came out. The hot desert air grows cold around me, and although I can't move my head through the thick beam, I see the horizon line sink below my view. I was being raised into the sky. A flash of blue dropped me down to my feet again, but this time, the soles of my shoes collided with metal. The walls of this room were lined with detailed neon fractals that acted as a source of illumination for the room. They delivered information to me telepathically as I was alone in this room. Then, as suddenly as I was picked up, I was back on my feet, on the sidewalk again. My dogs still haven't returned home, and I don't know why I was chosen to relay any sort of message. I'm only doing as I was asked. But I guess it's you who will ultimately give it life or let it die amongst the afterthought. My mother has told us this story about her childhood a few times when we were kids. The story never changed. When she was about 8 or so, in the early 80s, she'd experience a type of sleep paralysis where she couldn't move, speak, or shout, but was fully awake. My mother said that she was able to look around and see the window, where this gray owl would be perched on the exterior of her window, looking at her, staring, every time. Her sister and her father, my Grandpa Bob and my Aunt Nat, they'd seen the owl for themselves. And my mother would be paralyzed up until the owl flew away. It would land on a nearby telephone pole each time. Grandpa Bob had had enough. He waited until the owl would show up. He scared it away from my mother's window, and he told the girls to stay inside. He then took his rifle, went outside, and aimed at the usual spot where the owl would land, and he pulled the trigger. He always said the same words. It had sparks coming from it as it fell to the ground, and it was nowhere to be found. No traces, no blood or feathers. It had vanished after I shot it, whatever it was. Keep in mind that this is during winter, when this had happened. There should have been tracks of some sort, in the snow, at the base of the pole, but there were none. It's like it never hit the ground. Now, in my culture, some people say owls are a bad omen. Others say the opposite. Some say they're demons, where some say they're signs of good luck. Who really knows for sure what's out there? I've told this story to plenty of people, and not a single person ever pretends to believe it, so I don't expect anyone here to believe me either. But I still have to share this shit to see if anyone else has had similar experiences. At age 8, I was often sent to my grandparents' house on the weekends. When Grandma ran errands, she would bring me with her. I don't remember anything that led up to that moment, but at some point, we went to Rite Aid for a prescription. Back then, I was heavily into UFOs and the supernatural, so my eyes were always fixed on the sky. I remember this part clear as day. I looked up at the clear sky, and I saw what can only be described as a living, purple, fleshy cloud thing. It was circular, like a flat disc, but it had several moving rings at different intervals, and each one held a claw or tooth. I tried to get Grandma's attention, but she was already talking to the pharmacist at the drive-through window. I kept my eyes on it until it was out of sight. To this day, I've never seen anything similar or heard of anyone who has. Because of the specific details I remember, I really don't think it was a dream. It still freaks me the fuck out when I think about what it looked like. I'm not sure if this is on topic or not, but 4 years back, I woke up at night, laying in my bed for a few minutes. For context, my bed is facing 2 tall windows with 2 curtains, and there was a small crack in the middle of the curtains where you could slightly see outside. Suddenly, what I can only describe as floodlights turned on, flooding into my bedroom from the outside. Except the light was purple, and there was no noise at all. Not sure if it was from pure shock or not, but my body started to shake, to vibrate. I got out of bed, and I ran to my parents' room, and I didn't turn back. I didn't see the light vanish, but when my parents went to look in my room, it was gone. I stayed up with my parents the rest of the night, which felt like 10 minutes, and then it was daylight again. Not sure, like I said, if it fits here, but I wanted to share this and see if anyone else has experienced something like this before. The only kind of proof I have is that the purple light would stain the middle of my curtains purple, while the others in the house have a faded white color from the sun. The curtain is still purple to this day. Here's a photo I took today. I live in Alaska, and we have a legend of creatures called the Kushtaka. They're half otter, half man things that can mimic voices and lure people to their doom, similar to Will-o'-the-Wisp. One day, my friend Sam was hunting with his father and brother. They'd been out for a while when he heard his father's voice calling him from behind. But he could see his father about 20 feet ahead. Sam hurried to catch up, asking if his father said anything, but he hadn't. He did, however, hear the same thing his son had. He told Sam to grab his brother and come right back, and that's what he did. Once they returned, their father said, "Listen very carefully. When I say go, I want you two to follow me as closely as you can. Ready? Go." They all began sprinting through the woods at a breakneck speed. Sam swore he could hear something chasing after them, but he never looked back. After a few minutes, his father pulled them into an alcove behind a fallen log. They waited there in complete silence as they saw something furry and wet run by their hiding spot, and it smelled like rotten fish. Once enough time passed without hearing anything, they left the hiding spot, and they saw something. They saw some odd-looking footprints, more animal than human, and Sam found a bit of hair stuck in the nearby branch. He showed me the fur, and it was extremely gross. It was green and slimy, and it only looked like hair until I touched it. Then it was obviously fur. Plus, Sam had never lied to me before. I have no doubt that he saw a Kushtaka. On the eastern side of the United States, the rural nature of reservations allow things to remain undisturbed, keeping things like certain creatures, sacred land, and specific family traditions hidden from the city's growth and from prying eyes. We've got plenty of traditions, and we've got plenty of lore. Growing up, I got to experience these traditions and this lore firsthand. After all, an elder's gift of warning to the youth holds more value than their little hands or even their minds can grasp. So, traditions. My brother Palm and his friend Chuck had a pretty successful moonshine business on the res. At the early age of 11, I was taught how to make moonshine near a small hidden creek off a long dirt trail near our property. Chuck had stolen the materials from work to make the makeshift distiller. He and my brother rode their bikes down the long dirt trail, and before the sun had even risen that day, they were already up making sure the lab was undisturbed, checking on the fermentation of the mash. They'd make this trip at least every other day. Labs like these aren't easy to build or maintain without the proper knowledge. They're also extremely illegal. That afternoon, after they return home, a couple tribal police officers show up at the door. My brother was a cocky bastard, and he thought he could talk his way out of anything. As soon as he opened up the door, one of the officers grabbed him and threw him off of our porch and onto the yard. Without words, they proceed to absolutely beat the shit out of him before throwing him in the back of one of their police cars. One of the cops returns to the doorway, and he asks me where my mom is. I say that she's at the store. They ask if I know anything about moonshine, but are quick to believe an 11-year-old asking, "What's moonsun?" I felt pretty clever coming up with that little routine on the spot. When the tribal police left, I called Chuck's house, and his sister answered the phone, saying the cops had just picked him up too. She tells me that I need to get rid of the operation, wreck the whole thing before the cops find it. Dusk has approached, and my fearless outlaw alter ego would turn back into a small 11-year-old boy as the sun would set. I hated it when the sun went down, whether it be stories I was told about the things that would come after me in the dark, or a distorted concept of reality through a child's eyes. I was terrified when Chuck's sister hung up on me. I didn't want to make the trip alone, in the dark. But if the police did find a fully functional moonshine distillery, I knew my brother and Chuck would be going to jail for a long time. So, reluctantly, I grabbed my Little League bat, hopped on my dirt bike, and I started toward the lab. It's full dark by the time I reach the creek. Seeing no police my whole ride, I immediately hopped off my bike, and using all of my body weight, I was able to push the fermenting barrel into the creek, spilling all of the liquid, fermenting fruit and sugar, into the stream. The thick odor of alcohol burnt my nostrils when it poured out. Then I began swinging for the fences to every metal cylinder and pipe near me. I'm sure it sounded like some sort of strange performance in the woods that night, like that group that used to bang on trash cans and other loud shit. It was sort of exciting, so I get it, I guess. Anyway, when I was done, I was physically exhausted. I sat there in the dirt amongst the bent metal, trying to catch my breath and regain some strength before hopping back on my bike. I felt like such a little badass having accomplished my demolition mission, but my ego is put into check when the sound of walking is heard. I thought the tribal police had shown up. I didn't see a flashlight, but the sound was approaching from down the creek. The sound of shuffling rocks under a slow pace of steps. As quiet as I can be, I put the kickstand on my bike, and I try to wheel it and myself behind a cluster of trees, out of sight from whoever's walking this way. When my bike was hidden, I got on my hands and knees and tried to crawl back out to retrieve my bat. It's just beyond my reach by the time the bushes across the creek begin to rustle and separate. Boots did not pass through the branches. Instead, the gravel shoreline was met with big paws. Following the legs up, a rushed assessment of what I'm seeing tells me it's not a cop, so I stand up. I still don't know what it is, though. Its movements are labored as it pushes through the bushes into view. As God is my witness, what fell out of those branches onto the rocks was an unholy monster of hell. Dashing back behind the trees, I watched the biggest gray wolf thing I'd ever laid eyes on. It made multiple attempts to pick itself up off the ground before falling back down again into the creek water. Its eyes glowed, but its eyelids rested heavy on them. It's pulled itself up the shore, and using a tree for leverage, it was able to pull itself up. This wolf is now standing on 2 feet, easily stretched to 8 feet tall. What was even more unnerving was watching it try to walk on 2 legs, rather than returning to 4. One paw still on the tree, I watch it try to lick the fur from its other arm before it starts making a guttural moan, and then rose up onto its feet in the rocks. Bearing witness to this creature freezes me in unmovable fear. But a very small portion of me was feeling bad to watch this creature get sick like that. Soon, this monster makes a struggling retreat into the darkness of the forest. When the area is once again silent, I jump on my dirt bike and get my ass out of there. When I got home, my mom still wasn't home. So I called Chuck's sister, and I told her everything that happened. When I told her about the monster I saw, she just said, "Oh, you saw the dog man. You're lucky he wasn't hungry. But you still wrecked the lab, right?" I told her that I did, and we hung up. Something tells me I got really lucky that night. What I think is that the dog man was drinking from the creek when I dumped the moonshine into it. And by the time I'd made enough racket to warrant an investigation, the thing was already too intoxicated. The next day, tribal police found what was left of the moonshine business, but it was too destroyed for us to not argue that it was just discarded litter in the forest. When Chuck and my brother got released, they were back out in a different spot, making a new distiller by the end of that week. I never went all in on moonshining. The woods, they always unsettled me a bit after that. I stuck to daytime work and I stayed armed, but even still, I didn't like it. My father grew up in the mountain hills of Jalisco, Mexico. During his childhood, they grew up in a small adobe house, and they had to help with work to bring money and food home. One night, after making it home from working with my grandfather, he went to sleep. He was awakened by what he recalls as just a small person that asked him to put on his shoes and follow him. He had something he wanted to give him, but they had to go on a walk to where it was. My father said he put his shoes on and followed the small person through the trees, past a field, a small creek, and arrived at a tree. This little person points at the foot of the tree, tells my father the treasure is there and it's for him. "Where?" my father replies.
"In the ground. I have a treasure I would like for you to have."
He awoke on his bed mat at home in the morning, confused. He looks over and notices his shoes with some mud. He ends up telling one of his brothers what had happened and that they should go and dig for the treasure. They arrived at the location. The tree stood there, just like in my father's dream. They begin to dig, and after a couple of hours, they're tired and giving up. The dirt is hard, and they dug about 1.5 meters down, maybe a little more. They were around the age of 9 and not that tall, so for them, that hole looked deep. They headed home, disappointed. Around a year passes, and a rancher nearby all of a sudden has become really wealthy. No one around knows from where or how he came into this money, as he was as poor and worked just the same as everyone else in the area. People start telling their own versions of how they believe he came into this money. One of these tales mentions that he came across a treasure. My father, hearing this, remembers his treasure, the one that he never dug up, and he heads over as soon as he gets the chance. To my father's surprise, the hole looked like it had already been dug, and not too long ago, maybe about half a meter or more than they had dug. If they would have just dug a little further down, that treasure would have been theirs. But of course, then I don't think I would be here, and his life, well, it would have just gone in a totally different direction. Either way, my father's encounter, I think it was some sort of leprechaun. I've always been curious about something I can't explain. It was 5th grade, and it was the last night at camp. We were roasting marshmallows, going through a series of questions with our counselor. The questions we came up with would be presented the following day at our farewell breakfast. Honestly, I don't remember any of the questions other than, what was your favorite food at camp? I remember my answer was French toast because they literally had the best I've ever had. I thought about it ever since. Anyway, the experience. After we'd all finished shouting answers at our counselor, everyone started to settle down and continued to eat their s'mores in peace. I had to pee, and my camp BFF had to pee. So in honor of our buddy system, we walked the couple of yards away to the bathrooms. Just as we approached, we saw something peeking out from behind the bathroom cabin. For a moment, it was still, even as we walked closer and asked each other if we saw it. To me, it was glowing somehow. Was it the light from the bathroom? I couldn't tell. It looked to be about my height, but dressed in something shiny and dark, like a costume of some sort. As we got closer, I could see that it had a small body, but a rather large head. The head didn't really have features, not that I could tell. It quickly ducked behind the building, and my friend and I both sort of yell in shock or excitement. We didn't really discuss it, we just started running towards the back of the bathrooms. When we made it, there was nothing there. It wasn't like we ran for long. We'd literally only taken a couple of seconds to get there. We circled the building. Nothing. We looked towards the woods behind the bathrooms, but it was too dark to see much of anything at all. We both swore that we could see something glowing in the woods. As we stood there, it got further and further away, until we saw just darkness again. We both thought that it was so strange that we saw nothing back there so quickly after definitely seeing something back there. I don't know if it's paranormal, but it's definitely unexplained. I'm a 25-year-old male living in Utah, and I'm curious if there's anyone with an experience similar to my own. I'm pretty sure I saw a Wendigo or a skinwalker. I know it sounds crazy. I don't actually believe in monsters, and I'm fairly skeptical when it comes to the paranormal, but this happened when I was 17 and still in high school. Our house was in a small town, and our backyard was a vast stretch of empty fields and mountains separating us from the closest civilization. My best friend Jack lived next door, and we sort of shared this backyard space. His house was built on a different street, but the small cul-de-sac ended in this field. Later, it'll be relevant to know that his road was originally meant to have more houses, but they were never built. This meant that Jack's driveway was the only one in the cul-de-sac. At that age, I didn't have the best relationship with my parents, so I stayed at Jack's house a lot. A couple times a month, we would wake up to some weird gurgling and dragging sounds from the back porch. His room was in the basement, and the back porch could be seen through his window. But whenever we'd gather enough courage to check, Nothing was there. This went on for years, but one night still haunts us to this day. It was around the time Jack was getting ready to move. We used to stay up all night playing games or watching movies, but on this night, we decided to drive around and listen to music. We hopped in his truck, switched on the high beams, and turned down the field as we drove onto the roundabout. That's when the lights illuminated this thing. It looked like a person, but it wasn't. It was naked, on all fours, abnormally large, particularly its limbs. They seemed to fold beneath the creature. Its pale skin was stretched tight over its frame, but the face is what still sends shivers down my spine. Its black eyes glistened as it stared at us, and its jaw hung open to reveal a gaping black maw, like a snake preparing to eat. Then, it suddenly began to scurry backwards into the brush, almost like a movie on rewind. My friend and I were pale as ghosts as we stared at each other in shock, disbelief. We tried to enjoy the rest of the night, but we couldn't believe what we saw. Instead, we stayed in his basement, guns ready, just in case we heard the gargling and dragging sounds again. But we never did. I'm sorry the end isn't more exciting, but it's the truth. I don't live in that town anymore, but sometimes I stop by for a visit. That empty field still feels like it's watching and waiting. Even though I can't see it, I still feel like it's out there. There's a men's Christian homeless shelter in my city. I was homeless in 2010, around the time they purchased and converted an old VFW bar. They were digging out the basement to make room for showers and dorms, but I think they woke something in the process. Or something was attracted to the homeless. I was in and out of the shelter a few times over the following years. Sometimes I'd wake up from an episode to see a shadow gliding across the floor and up a wall. When I stayed there last year, I felt that thing's energy, and I've never felt anything like it. This thing knew I could sense it too, and it hated that. One night, I was laying on my mat, and off to the left, I saw a head peeking around the doorway, when it suddenly flew at me before disappearing. I didn't know what to think. It all happened within a few seconds. I eventually fell asleep, and I had a sleep paralysis episode, but I managed to break free of it. I sat up to see an entity standing at the other end of the room. It wasn't a shadow. It was a very tall, gaunt, feminine entity. It had a weird-shaped head, with horns and a crown of obscenities stitched together by razor wire. Its eyes were hollow and black, while its mouth was small, with sharp teeth. More razor wire was wrapped around its body, and several strands were wrapped around the homeless men. It looked at me, screamed, and vanished. I've never seen anything like it, and it's still there, growing stronger by feeding on the weak. Is it a succubus or something else? This thing definitely had feminine features. I wish I could draw it. Okay, so we have this road that leads from our town to the highway that has a McDonald's on it. So we have to go all the way out to the highway when the kids want McDonald's. One evening, we'd gone to go get food and we're coming back on the same 2-lane highway, and it had just gotten to where you needed headlights on. We were about a mile down, a truck was coming towards us, and we slowed down because my husband and I saw something. And it's weird to try and explain, but it was like the size of a wolf, but whatever it was, it reminded me of the thing off The Predator when he went invisible. We could see it, but It also looked like the road and part of the grass. I slowed down and was looking at it, trying to figure out what was going on, and it turned its head towards us. At least we assumed, because we could see this almost invisible cloak thing shift. The truck coming towards us saw it also, because it slowed down, and when they did, the predator wolf thing shot across, and it looked nuts. Just like when the predator moved in the movies, how you could see it, but you couldn't. I looked up and I watched the driver of the truck watch it, and he kind of shot up in his seat, and both of our heads shot to the side when it shot off. We all just sat there. We slowly pulled towards each other. I was hesitant to even roll my window down at that point, but I thought, well, it's got to go through his truck to get to us first, so... The driver of the truck said, "What in the hell was that? Did you see it trying to hide what it really looked like by trying to blend in?" That's when I knew it really did have a cloak-looking thing going on. We agreed on everything and drove on. The whole time I was watching mirrors and windows, waiting for it to attack since we had seen it. We made it home and wouldn't go back out that way for a good year. We've talked about it around here before, and a few others have described the same thing before I even mentioned the predator cloak thing. What could it be? This is Native American land, and my dad's tribe is the one whose land it is, but I've asked a few elders, and they always say not to ask about things, or they'll hear you talking about them and pay you a visit. It's kind of like them saying not to whistle at night, or to eat in the dark, and not to leave hair in your hairbrush. And it's just the way we were raised, but I need to know what it was. We grew up in the upstate of South Carolina, where there's nothing for miles. My best friend told me an encounter him and a mutual friend had while driving down an old country road. Said that they were just taking a drive, drinking a few beers. When they turned a sharp curve in the road, they saw what at first they thought was a man on all fours. But as they got closer, they realized it wasn't a man, but it had a head of a man. The thing's body stretched over halfway over the road. It wasn't pale white, but he described it as like a dark ash. And he said that the thing, it never looked back. It was just the back of the head. He said he stopped a few meters away because he wanted to run up to the thing. So he slammed on the brakes, while our mutual friend Andrew was screaming to drive. You'd just have to know my best friend James to know, but James got out of the car. He said it was like a man, but with very long legs and arms that turned up backwards, kind of like a grasshopper. It's how he explained it. He said that it didn't move like, well, when it moved, it was moving not straight forward, but sideways, like a crab. I had a similar experience 2 years later. I'll have to write about it another time after work, but has anyone seen this? I need help figuring out what I saw today. It's June 1st, 2022, and around 9:30 p.m., I went to my grandma's house in hopes of getting a jacket. She lives behind someone's house, and we know them pretty well, so I cut through their driveway. Using the alleyway is kind of weird since I'm still a kid. Grandma has a tree in front of her house, and the owner put a 2 to 3 foot tall wooden board against it. I heard a sound while walking and quickly turned on my phone's light, pointing it at the sound. Behind the board was a deer's head, with white eyes, and a human body. I live in a city, so deers aren't exactly common. I was frozen only for a moment before running to Grandma's house, terrified and pounding on her door. She wanted to know why I looked so frightened, and I told her it was because I saw something. Knowing I don't scare easily, she offered to walk me home, but as we went to leave, my dad ran in. He wanted to know where we were going, but he didn't know what to say when I relayed what happened. I've seen a lot, but nothing has ever scared me like this. I could really use your help. My son and I were sitting around the campfire while my brother was playing guitar. My son points straight up above us and asks, "Who's that standing in the trees?" I turn my gaze in the direction his little fingers are pointing. My eyes aren't yet adjusted to the dark. But my brother also stops his strumming, and now he's looking into the branches. From across the fire, I hear him say, "Brendan, you see that up there?" I still don't. Both of them become completely silent. My brother slowly sets down his guitar, replacing it with his Fenix HT-18 flashlight. The beam from this light is powerful, capable of reaching up to a half mile. Needless to say, wherever he scanned instantly became lit up, like it was midday. He pans this bright spotlight back and forth above our heads, searching for whatever he and my boy just saw. When he returns to his chair, he sets the flashlight down and says, "I swear to God, man, I thought I saw someone standing in those trees over there." I stand up and begin to stare into the dark trees in front of us. My brother and I are experienced hunters, so his adamancy about it being a someone in the trees rather than a something made me rather nervous. I still felt like it was so dark I couldn't see anything but the silhouettes of the trees. Still scanning, I hear my son say something, but he's quiet, so I have to ask him to repeat himself. "It's still there. Can you see it?" I tell him I don't think I can see anything, but I'm trying. "What the hell?" My brother turns his light back on. "You don't see this, Ken? Follow my light." I hear my brother shout whisper from across the fire, and then it clicks. I thought I was looking for someone or some animal. I was looking lower. But what I saw moving in front of us, within the trees, were things that appeared to be almost as tall as the trees themselves. In fact, at first that's what I thought they were. I didn't even think anything of them swaying back and forth until now. Whatever these were, they were absent of natural color. Instead, they were solid black voids, even with this bright light. They were absolutely separate from anything around them. Their movement was subtle but massive. My brother and I shared a brief exchange, questioning if it looks like they're getting closer. We can't decide. "I'm pretty sure they are." My son points to the right of where I'm looking. And sure enough, there's more. And they're moving in, so to speak. Then the light is cut as my brother rapidly moves towards the tent, likely grabbing his rifle. I move towards my son, stepping us both back towards the tent. Without the light, it's almost impossible to see anything besides the fire. I can't even tell if those things are still there. Everything is dark. My brother returns the light, and as he turns around and points his rifle towards the trees, I watch as the flashlight moves from side to side, scanning the same area we just had, and nothing. Whatever the hell those things were, they were now completely gone. Needless to say, so were we. We never went back to that particular spot again. I don't know that those things meant harm, but their presence was incredibly intimidating. So, I think we made the right choice.